So I think there's some franchises that are foundational for anyone who's into pop culture. We all have certain ones that are like comfort foods that we go to all the time and that mean a lot more to us than others. For me, there's three in particular that have really been a part of my life longer than anything else, and that even to this day I would consider myself a fan of. Those would be Dragon Ball, Pokemon, and the subject of today's video, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Now, I've been a fan of TMNT pretty much my whole life. I started first watching, of course, the 1987 cartoon, but quickly the one that I fell in love with was actually the live-action movies, particularly the first two. And I've seen most iterations of TMNT. I like most iterations of TMNT. But I have noticed something within the fan base that is an odd quirk. I don't know if it happens in other fan bases as well, but there's like this intense loyalty that people have to the version that they grew up with, usually the cartoon that they grew up with. You know, as we know, as we go in by age groups, the most popular version for most people would be the 1987 cartoon. But, you know, if you look on Reddit, which is mostly made up of 20-year-olds, you'll actually see a lot more love for the 2003 show. And as we see Gen Z starting to age out of the main internet demographic and Gen Alpha coming into their teen and fairly soon even their adult years, I think we're going to start to see a turn more towards the 2012 show as well. I myself was born in the early 90s, and as I said, my favorite version was always the live-action movies. Basically what I wanted to do with this series was kind of accomplish something, sort of have a definitive summary of TMNT as a whole. So what I've decided to do with this project is watch or read every version of TMNT in chronological order and summarize it and give my 2 cents on it. And then at the end, I'm going to rank them based on which one I thought was best, rank them from best to worst. So as I said, I'm not coming in this completely blind. I've seen or read most versions of TMNT, and I already have some fairly established opinions on it. And in all honesty, I don't see those changing. In particular, what I believe to be the best version of TMNT, I don't see changing. What I want to do is just kind of give every version a chance. As I said, I've seen within the fandom that's not always the case. We kind of hang on to the ones that we grew up with, and we look at the other ones with disdain or at the very least indifference. And it seems like every time a new version of TMNT gets announced, there's always this cautious pessimism. And so I just want to see like why we like the certain versions we do. Is it just because it's the one that we grew up in, or are certain versions better iterations of TMNT than others? So you may be wondering which versions of TMNT I'm going to go into. As I stated, I really only want to do what I consider to be the major iterations of TMNT. There are a lot of, you know, spin-offs, little-known projects, you know, like there's a comic strip, there's an anime and manga. I mean, some people might consider the version of TMNT that crossed over with Batman its own continuity. And, you know, maybe if this series takes off, I might do some bonus episodes and talk about those later on. For this video series, I'm only going to do the major versions. So for me, the major versions are the original comic book run from Mirage Studios, the 1987 cartoon, the TMNT Adventures comics published by Archie Comics, the 1990s film trilogy, the run of comics from Image Comics, the Next Mutation live-action TV series, the 2003 cartoon series, the 2007 film, and before anyone gets on my case, I know that it's technically a sequel to the 1990s films, but it's so different stylistically and everything that I'm just going to cover it as its own entity. Technically, the Image comics are a sequel to the Mirage comics, and I'm still going to do those as their own as well. The IDW comics, which is the current run of comics, the 2012 cartoon by Nickelodeon, the Michael Bay duology, the Rise of the TMNT cartoon, what I'm going to call the Last Ronin verse, because that's kind of what people have been calling it, which consists of the Last Ronin story, the bridging series of the Lost Years, and then its sequel series, Last Ronin 2. the Saturday Morning Adventures comics, which technically are a spin-off of the 87 cartoon, but it's a different medium. They were written 40 years apart, so I think they can be seen as separate entities. And then finally, the Mutant Mayhem universe, which includes, as of now, the Mutant Mayhem movie and the Tales of the TMNT series. So obviously, if any more come out, I will add those to the queue at the end of the line. But for now, that's kind of the template that we're going to go with. So since this is the first video in this series, I'm going to be covering the original version of the Ninja Turtles, the Mirage comics, written by Kevin Eastman and Peter Laird. I'm excited to do a deep dive into this particular series because I'm actually already a big fan of it. I know not everyone likes it because of the, let's be honest, amateur nature of it, especially in the early issues, but I really think that Eastman and Laird created something special together. Another reason that I'm excited is because I'm assuming a good portion of you, if anyone's even watching this and I'm not just screaming into the void, probably haven't read this, or at least probably haven't read the series as a whole. And so I think it'd be fun to introduce a lot of you to this series. Maybe you'll take the time to check it out yourselves. So this goes without saying, but obviously spoilers for the entirety of Mirage comics. I'm not actually going to go through every individual one, but just if it's something you want to experience yourself, just read them beforehand. As far as what I'm going to cover, there's a little bit of quirks when it comes to reading Mirage you're not going to see with a lot of other series. Basically, the important thing to note is that the only things that are considered canon to Mirage are things that are written by Mirage employees. So that would be people such as the original creators, Kevin Eastman or Peter Laird, and then some of their later employees such as Jim Lawson, Stephen Murphy, Ryan Brown, or Michael Dooney. The reason this matters is for a while during Mirage's run, because they were such a small company, Eastman and Laird, and then their growing but still small team, weren't just writing, they were also doing all the behind-the-scenes business stuff. So that includes deals with toy makers, getting the upcoming TV show and movies off the ground. And so they didn't always have time to write. Basically, there's around 20 to 30 issues written in the 80s by guest authors that aren't considered canon to the story that the comics are telling. And so basically, I'm not going to be covering any of those. Luckily, this is made somewhat easier because all of the current compilations of TMNT comics usually only include the canon issues, since those are the only issues that their new owners, Paramount, and then publishing through IDW Publishing, have the rights to. I think the best way to probably read these is the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Ultimate Collection. So that only includes the issues that are written by either Eastman or Laird. So there are a couple canon issues that are going to be left out, and I'll tell you how to read those after this. But basically, you're going to get the main story, and you're going to read volumes 1 through 5. The reason I recommend these volumes in particular is because they include commentary after each issue from Kevin Eastman and Peter Laird. And I think that this is essential, especially for the early issues, because I don't know if much people know this nowadays. The Ninja Turtles were actually originally conceived as a parody series, specifically parodying the hyper-edgy, violent comics of the 80s, most notably the works of Frank Miller on Daredevil. And so you'll see a lot of parallels there. You know, like the Turtles, they're ninjas. Their main enemies are the foot, whereas Daredevils are the hand. Daredevil's trained by a master named Stick. The Turtles are trained by a master named Splinter. Casey Jones is a parody of the Punisher. But we don't live in the 1980s. We're not comic book readers in the 1980s. So a lot of that time, the joke that they're trying to make can be lost. Because the joke really is, why is this thing that's so stupid taking itself so seriously? And if you don't get that it's trying to be stupid on purpose, I've seen a lot of people get really turned off by this series and not really give it the full chance it deserves. Now, I know some of you are thinking, why am I going to read this when I have to do homework to understand it? But again, that's why I recommend the Ultimate Collection, specifically volumes 1 through 5. There's 7 volumes. 6 is just going to be a bunch of side stories, and 7 is just covers. Volume 5 can be a little hard to find, but they are all easily available digitally, and they're fairly cheap as well. Another thing, if you happen to have a Kindle Unlimited or a Comixology Unlimited subscription, you can read all of those volumes through that subscription. And so there are a couple issues that I'm going to cover outside of that. The TMNT Mirage story is split up into 3 parts. So there's Volume 1, Volume 2, and Volume 4. Once I finish up with Volume 2, I'll explain why there's no Volume 3. So Volume 1 is issues 1 through 15, 17, 19 through 21, 27 and 28, and then 45 through 62. Additionally, there's also 4 micro-series, which is a story relating to each of the Turtles. And then also a spin-off series called Tales of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. There are 7 issues of that. And so that together makes up what's considered in the story Volume 1. So Volume 1 is primarily written by Eastman and Laird. And so that's why I recommend looking at the Ultimate Collection to read those. If you want it a little more simple, there are also larger compendiums. There's 3 parts that will have everything that's considered canon from Volume 1. They are more expensive, even when you factor in the fact that some of these are out of print for the Ultimate Collection and the price has gone up for that. These are still more expensive unless they're on sale, with their normal price being about $150 a piece. But often they're on sale for like $50, so just keep that in mind. And so basically that's going to include every canon issue from Volume 1, the micro-series, and then the 7 tales of the TMNT. Whereas the Ultimate Collection is just going to include the stuff written by Eastman and Laird. There are a few canon issues in Volume 1 that aren't written by Eastman or Laird. These are issues 13, 27, 28, and 45 through 47. And so these aren't going to be included in the Ultimate Collection. If you're going to go the Ultimate Collection route, the best way to read issues 13, 27, 28, and 45 through 47 would be through another compendium series called Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Classics. 13 is contained in Volume 1, 27 and 28 are contained in Volume 3, and then 45 through 47 are contained in Volume 7. And I know this is a little confusing because, I'm talking about all these volumes, and yet these are all just Volume 1. Which is why on screen you're going to see this graphic where everything I'm explaining and perhaps not explaining super well is going to be written out. So if you're ever not understanding what I'm saying, just consult the graphic that I have on screen. The second part of the story is much shorter. It's only 13 issues. And this is what is considered Volume 2. Volume 2 is not actually written by Peter Laird or Kevin Eastman. It's actually written by the third most important figure of Mirage TMNT era, Jim Lawson, who served as an artist, particularly in the later half of Mirage Volume 1. So he writes all of Volume 2, which only has 13 issues. And so probably the best way to read this is going to be in an upcoming collection called Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles: The Jim Lawson Years, being released by IDW Publishing. It's released for $60 and it's coming out in February. Failing that, in that same Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Classics, you can read volumes 8 through 10, and that contains all of the Jim Lawson issues. Then the final portion of the story is Volume 4. This portion of the story was written actually after Kevin Eastman left. It's written by Peter Laird, and the penciling is done by Jim Lawson. There's a little weirdness with the rights concerning this one, where it's kind of like almost like a shared rights between Peter Laird and then the new owners of Ninja Turtles Nickelodeon. And then the fact that it had declining popularity as it was coming out. And then, as we'll get into later, it's unfinished and it's probably never going to be finished. These comics have never actually been reprinted, the Volume 4 comics. So in all honesty, if you want to read these, your options are way overpay for them through a private collector, or Google can work wonders for you. I'll be honest, that's how I read Volume 4. So don't judge me. One other thing that I kind of want to go through before we get started is kind of how I mentioned the series starts out as a parody, but it doesn't stay that way forever. So it never really fully gets rid of its silliness. But by the time we get to the story arc known as City at War, it really is more trying to take itself seriously. The series itself doesn't necessarily have a huge tone shift. It just kind of gets less edgy and kind of takes itself more seriously. A lot of the silliness starts to come off a little bit. With all that background information, let's get into it. This is future me interjecting. I originally made this and recorded all this audio with the intention of this all being one video, but as a complete amateur, I really underestimated how long it would take me to finish all of this. So I actually ended up deciding to split this video into 3 parts, with volume 1, a short volume 2, since it's so much shorter, then volume 4 with a part 3. Eventually, after all of these come out, I will mash it all together and make one video with this section taken out where I'm explaining this. But for now, I'm just going to cover volume 1 in this video. And so it may sometimes seem like I'm talking as if I'm not planning on making 3 videos, but just realize that this is why, because it was kind of a last minute decision. Because again, like I said, I'm new to this. I didn't realize how long this was all going to take me. And, I've been working on this first video for months at this point. I just wanted to get something out. So thank you all for your patience. And I'm glad you all decided to tune in despite how bad I am at all this still. And hope that you'll stick around as I get better at it. And doing multiple parts is kind of how I'm going to do things going forward. So with any of the longer running series. So that includes all the cartoons except for maybe Rise. I haven't watched it yet, so I don't actually know. And then obviously Mutant Mayhem, because at least at recording this, it only has 1 season and 1 movie. And then also I'll split the Archie and IDW comics into multiple parts. Everything else I think I should be able to do in 1 part, but that's subject to change. And so that's just kind of how I'll be doing things going forward. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles was originally created by Kevin Eastman and Peter Laird.
2 years before I met Kevin, I had started this free comic book newspaper sort of thing. It was actually more like a booklet called Scat. I got together with a bunch of local cartoonists, and we decided to do this thing.
It felt like Mad Magazine in the 60s. It had this really interesting, satirical, black and white, kind of edgy feel.
I used to love comic books as a kid. I loved reading them. And sometime around my first or second year of high school, I think it was, I became aware of Jack Kirby.
One day riding the bus to the job I had at the local pizza parlor, I found this magazine called Scat, put out by a bunch of these artists in Northampton. With the address in hand, I grabbed my portfolio and went over to their offices to sell some of my short stories, some of my ideas, because it was kind of like-minded, underground artist inspired.
One of the guys at Scat gave him my address, and he wrote me a letter, very nice letter, and I wrote him back, said, yeah, come on over, and we'll get together and talk and show each other our artwork and whatnot.
I walked into his house in Northampton, and the first thing I saw was a Jack Kirby drawing.
They had a framed Jack Kirby pencil page from The Losers, the DC comic, hanging on the wall, and he just flipped out.
Oh my God, I'd never seen an actual Jack Kirby original, having been such a big inspiration to me. And that was pretty much it. We hit it off from the word go.
So in order to work together more closely, Eastman ended up moving in with Laird and his, at the time, girlfriend, but eventually wife, in a home in Dover, New Hampshire. So they'd often watch TV and write together, and one night, as a joke, Kevin Eastman drew a Ninja Turtle. And they both just kind of had a good laugh at it. Laird then did his own rendition, but then suddenly they were kind of struck by the inspiration bug, and they came up with an idea for a series. Using a loan from Kevin Eastman's uncle, they were able to write, print, and sell a single issue of TMNT, which was originally meant to be a one-off. But, as we know, the series became a mega hit, and they not only continued to write it, but they eventually started signing licensing deals for toy lines, a cartoon, and then eventually a movie. And now it's the mega franchise that we know of today. Eastman and Laird also had a unique writing style. They would both pencil and ink on every page. So that it was really a collaboration between 2 of them. That's often why you'll see a claim made by a lot of purists say that as soon as they stopped writing in this manner around issue 11, that TMNT started to fall in quality. I don't necessarily agree with that claim, but there is a unique quirk in that each author had their own strength, and their strengths covered each other's weaknesses.
We realized pretty early on in our friendship that we each had strengths to complement the other.
I brought sort of the layout and the dynamic sort of Jack Kirby isms that sort of paced out the story this way. He brought a lot of great subtle nuances to the story, certainly in the script, I think, more than anything else. And his artwork style was much more refined, much more detailed.
Kevin was really good at color, and he had a really powerful color sense, and I was terrible at it.
Peter didn't do much painting. He did mostly, the most amazing line work and detailed work you could imagine.
They would eventually start to write issues by themselves. They would eventually come back together and write 2 story arcs together, not in the same way that they used to write them, with each of them working on an individual page, but collaborating. And these would be called Return to New York and City at War. By Volume 4, as I stated, Eastman was out of the company for the most part, and Laird wrote Volume 4 largely by himself, with Jim Lawson being the main artist. Eventually, both men would work on other versions of TMNT outside of the Mirage comics. Laird was heavily involved in the creative process for the 2003 cartoon, hence why it was so faithful to the original Mirage comics. And then Kevin Eastman would actually come back as one of the main writers for the current run of TMNT, published by IDW Publishing, which is itself a great version of TMNT. Now that we've kind of met the creators, I just want to go into the series itself. Starting with issue 1, we get probably the most iconic moment in Mirage TMNT. It's been referenced and recreated numerous times from other Mirage issues, such as TMNT Volume 1, number 45, and then issue 1 of Volume 4. They did an homage to it in the 2003 TMNT, and again in the Turtles Forever crossover with the 1987 cartoon. And we are treated to what, at least through my amateur comic book critic eyes, is a very well-crafted fight scene. The attacks all have impact. The paneling is excellent, and we were shown just enough detail to know that the Turtles really mean business. It certainly is silly, but it's meant to be. And even giving the silliness, the action still goes hard. So we begin with narration from Leonardo. The Turtles have been cornered and have their backs to the wall, facing down a gang called the Purple Dragons. So we learn through Leonardo's narration the name of each of the Turtles. Leonardo, who's wielding 2 katanas. Donatello, with the bow staff. Michaelangelo, which through most Mirage was misspelled. Instead of being Michaelangelo, it was Michael Angelo, who was wielding nunchucks. And Raphael, who wields size. The gang is upset that the Turtles cut through their territory and attack them, even shooting guns at them. The Turtles, however, viciously slaughter the entirety of the gang. This is probably a surprise to anyone who's not familiar with Mirage TMNT, in that they're very violent. I think part of the reason this is a surprise is because you would have thought, since this is the original version, that would appear in other iterations of the characters as well, but it really doesn't. The only comparable thing is Last Ronin, which itself is, in a way, a spiritual continuation of Mirage. Even in some of the other more violent iterations, such as IDW, the Turtles still don't kill. But here, they have no problem with it. They do have certain rules with killing that will become relevant in the story later. They usually only kill members of the Foot Clan, specifically their enemies. But they will also kill in self-defense if their lives happen to be in danger. And so after finishing off the Purple Dragons, Turtles slip back into the sewers before the police arrive. As the Turtles return to their lair in the sewers, we meet their sensei and adopted father, a rat named Splinter. The Turtles report their success. Apparently this was a training mission for them. And Splinter congratulates them and tells them that they are now ready to take on the real mission that he intended for them. The Turtles, who are around 15, sit down and Splinter explains to them his and their origin. So he was originally a normal rat and was a pet of a man named Hamato Yoshi. Yoshi was a ninja living in Japan and the greatest warrior of his clan, known as the Foot. And kind of like how I mentioned in the intro, any Daredevil fans, you probably realize the Foot is a reference to the Hand, the ninja clan that the Daredevil clashes with. So Yoshi would often practice his martial arts at home, and Splinter would watch him and mimic his movements. And so this is kind of one of those things that I say, like, I get, yeah, it's stupid. A rat watching a guy do martial arts and then learning those martial arts. But that's part of the thing. It was supposed to be stupid. I know that's not like carte blanche to do whatever you want, and bad decisions can still be criticized as bad decisions. Just because it's meant to be stupid doesn't mean it's stupid in a good way. But the question I would ask for you is, why are you taking something called Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles so seriously? And, you know, in all honesty, is it really that much more ridiculous than a guy having a student who stabs his shirt, pinning him to a wall so that he can't bow to a big grandmaster? Then when he removes the short sword, they immediately accuse him of trying to kill him. He gets kicked out of the clan, has to go to a different country, and then ends up living in the sewers and holding sewer rats without ever getting sick or bitten. At least this one is stupid on purpose. We soon learn that Yoshi has a rival in his clan named Oroku Nagi. So they compete in all things, but most fiercely they compete over the love of a woman named Tang Shen. Tang Shen would eventually choose Yoshi as her lover, which obviously upset Nagi. One night when Yoshi wasn't home, Nagi would visit Tang Shen to kind of plead his case, and she rejected him, which angered Nagi and caused him to begin to beat her. When Yoshi returned home and he saw what was happening, he blacked out and just saw red. And then when he came to, Nagi was dead in front of him and he was covered in his blood. In the Foot Clan, you cannot kill another member, so Yoshi was banished. He and Shen, along with Splinter, would move to the US, settling in New York City. Oroku Nagi had a younger brother named Oroku Saki, and Saki wanted to seek revenge on Yoshi. So he began training intensely from his childhood to gain the skills to do so. He progressed so much that by the age of 18, he was chosen by the Foot to lead the New York branch of the Foot Clan. Once Saki took over the New York Foot Clan, he turned it into a massive criminal enterprise, the largest in the city. They were particularly adept at committing assassinations for hire. Saki, who at this point had taken on the alter ego named the Shredder, and in case you're wondering, yes, he is supposed to look like a cheese grater. It's another inside joke between Eastman and Laird. But Saki, despite having all this success at such a young age, still wanted revenge, and he still wanted to track down and kill his brother's murderer. One night, he enters the home of Yoshi and Shen and kills them both. In the struggle, Splinter's cage is smashed, and he runs out on the street and eventually becomes a street rat. Some point later, Splinter witnesses an accident involving a truck carrying canisters with the letters TCRI written on them. An old blind man walked out in front of a truck and is saved by a young man at the last second. When the truck stopped to avoid them, a canister flew out of the back and struck the young man in the face. And according to TMNT folklore, this young man is supposed to be Matt Murdock or Daredevil. And so basically the intention or the joke was that the accident that gave Matt Murdock his powers and made him blind also mutated the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. This canister would bounce around and eventually crash into a tank being held by a child with 4 baby turtles. And the 4 baby turtles fell down a manhole with the canister. Once the turtles in the canister hit the sewer floor, it broke open and covered them in some kind of ooze. Splinter, who saw the whole thing, went and gathered these baby turtles, and then he cleaned them up and took them into his care. As it turns out, the ooze was a mutagen, and it mutates Splinter and the turtles into humanoid, intelligent creatures. Splinter decided to name the turtles Leonardo, Michaelangelo, Donatello, and Raphael, which were names that he found in an old book about the Renaissance. He then trained them in his master's ninjutsu and raised them with the sole purpose of killing Saki and avenging his master Yoshi. And so the turtles, after surviving their training mission, are deemed ready by Splinter to now take out Shredder. Raphael is tasked with delivering the message to Saki, the message to challenge him. Raphael breaks into Shredder's compound and kills 3 guards. He then wraps the note around one of his thighs and throws it through a window into a room in which Shredder was trying to close a business deal to provide protection for a few businesses. The attack alarmed the businessmen, and Saki lost out on the deal. Saki eventually reads the note, which was written by Splinter, saying that by killing Yoshi, he lost his honor, and he can regain it if he faces Splinter's students. He writes a date, which is the next night, and an address for the fight. While Saki is unsure of who wrote the note, he decides to accept the challenge regardless. The next night, the turtles arrive at the site, which is a rooftop in an abandoned construction site. Leonardo shouts, "Shredder looks on cautious, wondering who these assailants could be, and why he has to deal with this Yoshi situation so many years later." Leo yells out again, asking if Shredder fears them. And Shredder finally jumps down on the rooftop with some of his foot ninja. The foot attack first, and while they're formidable warriors, the turtles eventually defeat them. Shredder points out that these foot ninja were his best men, and that they've left their mark on their turtles, injuring them. And that's kind of something that I really like about Mirage, is that the foot aren't useless the same way they are in some iterations, especially the 1987 cartoon. They're skilled ninja warriors who may not be up to the level of the Turtles, Splinter, and Saki, but they're still a threat, and eventually we get introduced to some of their more elite forces that are a match for the Turtles. Now that Shredder is ready to fight, he challenges each of the Turtles to attack him one-on-one, and he easily repels Raphael, Donatello, and Michaelangelo. Leo, however, is able to land a blow, slashing his chest with both of his katanas. Leo then admits that he's too skilled for them to fight individually, so they must attack him all at once. They begin by throwing projectiles at him, and once he's off balance, they begin landing blows. Eventually, Leonardo manages to stab him through his chest. The turtles offer Saki a chance to regain his honor and commit seppuku, or ritualistic suicide. Shredder instead pulls out a thermite grenade and pulls the pin. Donatello throws his staff at Shredder and knocks him off the roof before the grenade detonates. And once it does, it blows up and kills Shredder. And so yeah, that's it. Shredder's dead. The most famous villain in TMNT history dies in the first issue of the comic. As I stated, it originally was meant to be a one-off, and Eastman and Laird didn't predict the success of the series would have. And so Shredder was never intended to be like a long-lasting villain. In my opinion, this is still one of the best TMNT stories ever written. The fight scenes are all really well choreographed and paneled and very well paced. And it works as a standalone story or as the beginning of a longer running series as well. One change I am going to make here is going forward, I was usually using the Turtles' full names, but going forward, I'm going to refer to them as their nicknames. They're not exactly the same as in every other iteration. So generally, what they're referred to in the Mirage comics are Leo, Raph, Don, and Mike. If you're a fan of the 1990s film series, you'll know that they changed Don and Mike to Donnie and Mikey. And that's the one that really stuck because, Don and Mike are the uncles you don't want to talk to at Thanksgiving, whereas Donnie and Mikey sound like teenagers. But through this video, I am going to say Don and Mike just because that's what the comics do say. Starting later on, they do kind of sort of flip-flop between Don and Donnie and then Mike and Mikey. But they never fully give up on saying Don and Mike, so that's just what I'm going to say throughout this series because that's what the series usually called them. Now going into issue 2, now that we know we have a series, Eastman and Laird start to flesh out the world around the Turtles. So given that Eastman and Laird at this time were the only Mirage employees, and were in charge of not only writing, but also printing and distribution, there was no way that this series was going to have a monthly release. So the second issue didn't actually come out until 5 months after the May 1984 release of issue 1 in October 1984. This second issue is very pivotal as it not only established TMNT as a series, but it introduced the most important character to the mythos outside of the Turtles, being April O'Neil. And it's also the first appearance of one of the most prominent secondary antagonists of the series, Baxter Stockman. So we begin with the Turtles and Splinter sitting in their living room in their lair, each kind of doing a different activity. Splinter's watching the news, Leo is reading Dune, Don is tinkering with something, then Raph and Mike are sparring. Suddenly, Splinter tells the Turtles to pay attention to the news broadcast. So on the television, we see a scientist named Baxter Stockman. And you may notice he looks fairly different than the version of him in the 1987 cartoon. Now, we'll talk more about this change once we actually get to that iteration, but let's just say I'm not sure why the cartoon decided to change him into a white guy. So Stockman is showing off his new creations, which are robots called Mousers. In typical media fashion, no one knows the difference between scientists and engineers. He's called a scientist, even though he's clearly an engineer. These Mousers were created to deal with New York City's rat problem. And, despite the name, they're particularly meant to take on rats. Look, I know, Mouser is a real word, and ratter sounds stupid, but still. And so, basically, the Mousers are able to track down rats. He shows a demonstration, and it's fairly brutal. And then we get to see the demonstration is being run by Stockman's lab assistant, a young woman named April O'Neil. So, yes, the original April O'Neil wasn't a reporter who's constantly getting herself into trouble. She was a STEM lord. She was smart. Again, not sure why they made the change. Probably just due to the popularity of, the damsel in distress character kind of being a news reporter. And I guess that also gives them an excuse to get April into situations. But yes, the original April O'Neil was a smart science nerd. Splinter is unsettled by the Mousers. And he's also on edge because Raph and Mike are causing damage through their sparring, and he goes off to meditate. So now for the first time, we cut to April, and we see things from her perspective. And she's reading a news article in the paper about a series of bank heists throughout the city. Apparently, the perpetrators are able to somehow tunnel into the vaults and steal money. April wonders if someone is perhaps hijacking the Mousers, as they would be capable of doing this. She expresses this concern to Stockman, but he reassures her that they're the only two people that have access to the mainframe that controls the Mousers. Stockman then tells April to follow him, and he takes her into this high-security area that she had never been to and didn't know existed. Stockman then shows April a huge fleet of Mousers, many more than Stockman should have the funds to make. April puts 2 and 2 together and realizes that Stockman is responsible for the bank heists. She asks him why, when he can make so much money legally through these Mousers, or licensing them, selling them, why does he feel the need to rob banks? Which Stockman replies, because doing evil is fun. And before you groan, like I said, This is another one of those things that's meant to be stupid on purpose. It's a send up to, Silver Age comic book villains who were just evil for the sake of evil. I mean, Lex Luthor stole a bunch of cakes one time. And it's making that joke about, the Lex Luthor types. Like, they have all the resources in the world to make money legally, and yet they still feel the need to steal money and steal things just because they're evil. Okay, Dominic Noble, just saying that it's bad writing. You may not agree that it's funny, but just to write it off as bad writing is lazy analysis to me. No shade to Dominic Noble personally. I do enjoy his channel, particularly the Lost in Adaptation series. Just never talk about TMNT again. April sees the writing on the wall, and she flees through a hatch that for some reason leads down to the sewers, probably because we're so low on the ground. Stockman sends 3 mousers after her to prevent her from talking. She flees through the sewers and eventually trips over a pipe, but before she is attacked and killed by the mousers, the turtles arrive and take them out. Seeing the turtles is obviously distressing to April, so she faints. And the turtles decide to take her back to the lair to recover. When she comes to, she is met by the turtles and Splinter introduces them to her and tells them their origin again. We then see on the television a special news broadcast air sometime later, talking about a building that is currently being evacuated by the police and the fire department. We cut to a ransom message from a shadowy figure that April immediately clocks as Stockman. Stockman is demanding $1 billion from businesses in New York. Every day that he is not paid, he will select a building and demolish it. To show he was serious, he destroyed a building called the Rex Tab building, not sure if that's real or not, today at 3 p.m., which was mostly abandoned. But tomorrow it will not be the same because he is going to destroy... Remember that this was written in 1984. We see on the broadcast the Rex Tab building collapse. April is distraught over the development, and so Splinter suggests that she lead the turtles to Stockman's secret lab. They go and enter through the same sewer chute that she escaped from before. They get the drop on Stockman and are able to subdue him. April tries to figure out how to shut off the mousers. Stockman is able to briefly free himself from the turtles' grip. They do eventually catch him again, but then not before he's able to activate the self-destruct mode on the lab. He also sent a command to all the mousers to return to the lab and eat everything in there. They then knock him out as they try to figure out what to do. Mike looks for a way out, but we see that the elevator that they came down in before is now collapsed. April and Dawn work on deactivating the mousers while the other 3 turtles, who have found some explosives, set them up below to hold back the mousers. Once the mousers arrive, the turtles collapse the tunnel with the explosives to cut them off, or at least delay them. The mousers begin to break through the rubble, and the turtles destroy them as they pop out, but they know eventually they'll be overwhelmed. Suddenly, Dawn thinks of something and asks April if the mousers are controlled by radio, which she confirms. Dawn then deactivates the facility's power. The other turtles have since retreated back into the lab with April and Dawn, and we see as the mousers begin to break through the walls, the power goes out, and they stop before reaching our group, and the self-destruction does not happen either. In the next issue, the turtles and April return to the lair, only to discover that it has been broken into. They rush in to find the place trashed and Splinter missing, with blood on the floor and a destroyed mouser. Realizing that the location of their lair is compromised, Leo instructs Mike and Raph to pack up their essentials and prepare to leave, and he tells Dawn to keep looking for Splinter. Raph, who is too impatient and upset about Splinter being missing, disobeys and runs off to look for Splinter himself. Once the turtles regroup to get picked up by April, Leo chews out Raph. They call April through a payphone, and she comes to get them. She arrives in a van, and they head to her place. She's going to allow them to live with her from now on. However, as they are heading over to April's place, a cop sees the van and mistakes it for one that was used in a robbery, and he starts to pursue them. Given that obviously the turtles don't want to be discovered, they convince April to gun it, and Mike removes the van's license plates. Seeing the masked individual, Mike, the cop assumes he is right, and continues the chase. Now begins the bulk of the issue, which is a car chase. Fun fact, apparently Eastman, as we established, was the action guy, wanted to introduce bigger action set pieces into the series. And one thing that he wanted to do was the longest car chase in comic history. And they laid out a 16-page car chase. I love that they did this, and I think that this issue is a lot of fun. April ends up on a busy street and starts weaving in and out of traffic. She narrowly avoids swerving into another car. The cop is not so lucky and slams into it. Another cop car tries to cut them off, but April swerves and ends up driving through a park. We see yet another cop is about to shoot out their tires, but as they're in a park, his partner tells him not to. They drive over a bridge and nearly run over some of the pedestrians, and April is able to avoid a park bench at the last second, but the cop car falling behind her crashes into it headfirst. Upon exiting the park, another patrol car catches up to them and starts to ram into them. Being that they're in a van, a much larger vehicle, April is able to bump them off into the front of a paint store. They actually happen to pass by the van with the actual robbers and accidentally ram it and flip it over into another cop car. The police now focus on this van and ultimately arrest the burglars. The group finally arrives at April's apartment, which is at the top of her father's antique shop called Second Time Around. April explains that her father owns this building and it's vacant right now as only her apartment is in livable condition, giving the turtles plenty of room to roam without being seen. Tomorrow they can start looking at the other apartments to see if any of them are good enough for them. April's dad used to live there with her, but unfortunately he had a stroke and is now in a nursing home. The turtles settle in quick. One of them hilariously asks for a beer, and they soon fall asleep. And that's one thing that I always found funny about the Ninja Turtles is, despite the fact that they're teenagers, in most iterations they act more like 30-year-olds. So we then see a short epilogue where we're shown what happened to Splinter. He's currently sprawled out on a sewer gate. He was attacked by a group of mousers in the lair, and he was able to fight some of them off, but he was bitten in the thigh and began to lose a lot of blood. One thing I really like about the Mirage take on Splinter is how unique it is, in that Splinter's age comes into account a lot more than in other versions, in that he's actually fairly frail, at least compared to, the ultimate master that he's usually portrayed as. And so, like, in most iterations of the TMNT, Splinter is much more formidable than the Turtles and is someone that they have to aspire to catch up to. But in Mirage, they really play up his old age and that he's near death, and he rarely, if ever, joins into major conflicts. So we see Splinter flee from a larger group of mousers, and even though he eventually is able to give them the slip, he passes out from blood loss. He's then found by two men wearing hats that say TCRI on them, and they take him back to their infirmary. Eventually, Splinter comes to and looks around to see where he is, and he happens upon the workers. And we're able to see that they are not humans, but brain-like aliens who use human exosuits. If you're a TMNT fan, you probably recognize these aliens as Utroms, and this is their first appearance in the series. One thing of note is that in these early issues, they're never actually called Utroms. That's a term that starts getting used later on. They're always either called aliens, TCRIs, or TCRI aliens. Given that Utroms are the official name, and that's eventually what even this series will refer to them as, I'm just going to call them Utroms. One of the things Eastman and Laird wanted to do as they started writing a series is that they wanted to introduce each of us to the Turtles individually, flesh out their personalities, give us something to latch onto them. And so they came up with the idea of what they called micro-series. It's kind of a joke on miniseries, and the reason it's called a micro-series is because it's a single issue. And so the first of these micro-series that was released is the micro-series related to Raphael. I will cover all of these issues as they come up, and so that's why we're doing Raphael right now. The issue begins with Raph and Mike sparring again, and Mike is getting the better of Raph. Angered by this, Raph accuses Mike of cheating and tries to attack him with a wrench. Leo stops him and tells him to go cool off. As he leaves, Raph reflects on his actions, and he begins to regret them. He thinks about his violent nature. This is when we are introduced to another mainstay of the TMNT cast, the vigilante Casey Jones. Casey is doing bicep curls while watching TV, and thinking about how much he hates criminals. Taking inspiration from the cops in his movies, he dons a hockey mask and arms himself with a sports bag full of clubs and bats and heads out to fight crime. Some of you have probably clocked that he's another Frank Miller reference, being a parody of the Punisher as an anti-hero type who takes out crime, but in an overly violent way. Unlike a lot of these other anti-heroes or vigilantes, Casey doesn't have some tragic backstory. He just watched too many bad cop shows and movies, and that gave him a warped reality of how to deal with criminals. To this day, I think this is the definitive take on Casey Jones, because he's really a character that could have only worked in the Mirage continuity because of how ridiculous his backstory is. And so other versions have done updates to Casey, and I like some of them, but in my opinion, in a lot of ways, Casey is sort of an unadaptable character. So Casey and Raph happen upon the same mugging, where a woman is being robbed. Raph decides to check on the woman, who isn't very receptive, while Casey chases down the robbers. Casey subdues them, but he continues to attack them afterwards, alarming Raph, who then intervenes. Casey and Raph have a fight, and Raph wins, obviously, but Casey decides to cheap shot him and flee. Raph shakes out the cobwebs and heads after Casey to prevent him from hurting anyone else. Casey sees two men stealing the tape deck out of a car and attacks and savagely beats them. He breaks one of their legs and is going to continue attacking him before Raph once again intervenes. Raph and Casey debate about the best way to take down criminals, mirroring the conflict between Daredevil and the Punisher and Frank Miller's run on the character. Raph argues that punishment needs to fit the crime, but Casey says criminals deserve everything they get. Casey then kicks Raph in the face, knocking him down, and he once again escapes and runs into the street. Raph hesitates to pursue him, as now he's in the street and out in the open and he fears being seen. But ultimately, he goes after Casey, and although he is seen by some people in a car, they just think he's an alien and don't think about it anymore. Raph ends up in a park, but he hesitates as he realizes Casey knows this terrain much better than he does. Casey does get the drop on him, and they get into a pretty brutal brawl that is drawn and paneled very well. But Raph lives for this stuff, and ultimately he comes out on top. The two finally talk specifically about their respective short fuses. Raph says that he may have a short fuse, but he tries to control it. In typical dude fashion, after beating the shit out of each other, now they're best friends. And they hear someone yelling for help and head out to help them together. So, as you probably picked up on, Casey is meant to be a foil for Raph in this story and show him what he could end up being if he doesn't get his anger under control. I know it doesn't fully make sense because the Turtles have killed before, so what's the line for them? Because is breaking someone's leg worse than killing them? But if you really analyze their actions, the Turtles only ever kill if their life is in danger or if they're fighting members of the Foot Clan. And so Raph would never attack regular perpetrators this viciously in the way that Casey did. Raph and Casey give each other someone to talk to and fight with, thus getting out more of their aggressive tendencies. After the encounter, Raph is able to chill a bit, but Casey does not learn his lesson until much later in the story. But for now, they're cool. And this is Casey Jones' last appearance for a while, but he will become a major player later on. So the next issue, issue 4, we go back to the main story. Leo is looking out the window of April's apartment building, thinking about all that's happened. They lost Splinter and met April. Raph calls out to him, asking him to join them for some exercises. For said exercise, the Turtles run and jump on the rooftops. The Turtles take a quick break, and Don mentions how he prefers living on the surface to in the sewers. I mean, obviously, it doesn't smell like shit. Suddenly, they're surrounded by Foot Ninja. They begin fighting, and the Foot tell them that they are seeking revenge for the death of Shredder. Now it becomes apparent that killing Shredder did not end things, and the Turtles are caught in an endless cycle of revenge, which is the driving force between Volume 1, and in all honesty, my favorite take on the Turtles' stories. So we see the cyclical nature of revenge reflected in the Turtles' stories, a kind of tit-for-tat thing. Yoshi kills Nagi, Saki kills Yoshi, the Turtles kill Saki, now the Foot come back to take revenge on the Turtles. And I'll go into this in more detail later on, but I really like this, and I like kind of the moral ambiguity behind it as well, because who was right to kill who? But like I said, I'll go into this in greater depth later on, particularly once we get to the City at War and a Return to New York story arcs. So the Turtles are able to take out many of the Foot Ninja, but Raph ends up falling off a roof. He grabs a clothesline and crashes through an apartment, giving a frisky couple quite the surprise. Once he returns to the roof, the Turtles are finishing off the Foot, but Mike has been injured. He got his wrist slashed, which kind of sets Raph off, seeing Mikey get hurt, because in this version of TMNT, as you'll kind of see, the main pairing within the Turtles is Raph and Mike. They're intended to be best friends. And so Raph kills the last two Foot Ninja. The Turtles get their bearings and notice a building with the name TCRI, the same letters that were on the canister of ooze that mutated them. They want to go investigate, but since Mike's injured and it's almost dawn, they decide to return back to April's apartment for the night. Back at April's, Don does some digging, and apparently no company named TCRI officially exists. April comes in wanting to show the turtles her new hairdo, and she notices their injuries. Leo tells her about the foot attack. April checks on Leo and asks if they were attacked near her apartment, but they assure her that they were way out in Brooklyn when it happened, and he doesn't think that they were followed home. As he says this, we see that someone is watching them with a telescope, though. The turtles then tell April that they found the TCRI building and that they plan to return there tonight. They decide to put the search for Splinter on hold for this one night, as they want answers about their origin. April offers to come with them and help them, but Leo says it's too dangerous, not to mention illegal. So that night, the turtles arrive at TCRI and try to find a way into the building. But for some reason, the building seems to only have one door and no windows. Raph, being rash, decides to kick down the door of a nearby building, which luckily was not alarmed. The turtles climb to the top of this building, then use grappling hooks to walk over to the roof of the TCRI building. Don goes first to take care of any security measures. Don finds a camera and a bunch of electric eyes. He places a still photo of the surrounding area over the camera, and he calls the rest of the turtles and helps to guide them across the roof while avoiding the electric eyes. He then picks the magnetic lock to the door, which leads into the building, and the turtles enter. Immediately, they notice how strange this building is. Every floor they explore looks exactly the same, being just one long hallway with a single windowed door in it. They look through one of the windows, but they can't see much more than a bunch of cables running up and down the sides of a large chamber. They also notice strange writing throughout the building. Once they have gone 5 floors down, though, they recognize a more normal-looking area, finding a reception area, and they begin to explore it. On the desk, they find diagrams with more strange writing on it and what looks like an ID card. Suddenly, they hear a noise and hide. 2 men, or, as we know now, Utroms, walk out discussing some mechanism that is almost operational. They mention that it needs adjustments to its dematerialization crystals. One of them talks about how ready he is to go home and see his family. They take an elevator and leave the floor. Once they're gone, the turtles pop out and keep exploring. Each door they find is locked. They hear a noise again, and being in the hallway with nowhere to hide, they try the ID card that they picked up from the desk and insert it into a keypad and punch the symbols that are written on the card. Surprisingly, this works, and they enter the room, where they see a stunning sight. Splinter in some kind of cryostasis pod. Upon entering the room, though, the turtles triggered a silent alarm, and the Utroms gather to go confront them. Raph thinks Splinter is dead and being put on display as like some kind of symbol of victory, and he tries to smash the pod, but Mike's able to stop him and claim that Splinter is still alive, and Don explains that he's simply in suspended animation. The Utroms arrive to apprehend the turtles, and they put their weapons on quarter charge, demonstrating that they don't want to hurt them. They enter an attack, but are easily defeated by the turtles, and much of the equipment in the lab is destroyed in the fight. As the turtles try to escape, they are cut off by more Utroms. We also learned that in this room is a device called the translocation matrix, which was what the 2 Utroms were talking about before. Since the Utroms are hesitant to attack, the turtles realize that this device must be important. Mike distracts the Utroms as the other 3 try to escape, but his wrist injury acts up as he tries to swing from some cables, and he falls on the device's control console, crushing it. This triggers the machine, which begins to warp the other 3 turtles away. Mike is able to catch it at the last second and is warped with them, instead of being left behind. The turtles now find themselves facing down a group of armed forces who have cornered a lone robot. The turtles fight off the soldiers and are able to take them down as the robot breaks through a wooden fence to escape. The robot considers leaving alone, but ultimately he decides to tell the turtles that he found an escape route. The turtles head through as reinforcements for the soldiers arrive, and they run on a rooftop before jumping into the back of a garbage truck to escape. Our group rides in the garbage truck for a few miles, and then they get out to find a place to hide. As they enter the building and go onto its roof to get the lay of the land, they realize that they are no longer on Earth. The robot informs them that his name is Honeycutt and that they are on a planet called Dehunib, which is part of an interplanetary group known as the Federation. And you're probably already noticing how Star Wars-y this all sounds. They recount what occurred to them at TCRI, and Honeycutt deduces that they were warped here by a transmat machine, a device capable of instantaneous transmission. Apparently, he was working on a similar device, and the Turtles asked Honeycutt if he could help them get home. Honeycutt then tells them his origin. This origin is also contained within a one-shot called the Fugitoid Micro-Series, but it's not included in the collection that I'm using, and this issue really goes over all the crucial information that we need. So I'll not be summarizing that here, but if you want to read it for yourself, it's not hard to find. Honeycutt is not actually a robot. He's a scientist of some species of alien that looks almost identical to humans. The soldiers were also of the same race of aliens. He was creating a transmat machine prototype for the Federation with the assistance of his robot, Sal. Honeycutt worked slowly as he knew that the military planned to use the transmat machine for nefarious purposes, such as transporting bombs into enemy ships and other war applications. He also created a device called the Mentawave Helmet, which boosts someone's mind powers, such as giving them the ability to have telepathy or telekinesis and such. One day, while working on the helmet, he received a distress signal from his robot, Sal. Honeycutt went out and found Sal tangled in some cords. With a storm brewing, he freed Sal and they headed back to the lab. But before they could get inside, they were struck by lightning and Honeycutt blacked out. When he came to, Honeycutt, who at the time was wearing the mental wave helmet, saw his human body charred and lifeless. His consciousness was, through the mental wave helmet, transplanted into Sal the robot's body. A force of the Federation, led by someone named General Blanc, found Honeycutt's corpse, and even though he is aware that Honeycutt is Sal, he tells everybody that the Sal unit killed Honeycutt and has the Federation forces chasing after him. He has ordered that Sal be captured alive to be terminated. Honeycutt is currently trying to leave Dehunib to escape the Federation. The enemies of the Federation, the Triceratons, are also looking for Honeycutt and want him to build the transmat for themselves. The group heads to a bar and they try to find someone to hire them out to work on a space freighter, thus securing them away off the planet. A group of Federation troops track them into the bar and open fire. Raph and Mike are able to take out the troops while Leo is able to find them an escape route. But before they're able to escape, the bar explodes and a group of the aforementioned Triceratons descend into the rubble. The Turtles are dazed by the explosion and the Triceratons are able to grab Honeycutt before they're able to do anything about it. They load him into a flying car and drive off with the Turtles on their tail. The Turtles find another hovercraft and begin pursuing after Don figures out the controls for the vehicle. 3 Triceratons come up on the Turtles from behind, but they manage to take out one with a laser gun they picked up, but not before their hovercraft is taken out. The Turtles see an envoy of Federation soldiers and follow them. They happen upon a firefight between the Federation and the Triceratons. The Triceratons are taking Honeycutt into this underground bunker, so the Turtles go after them. As the Turtles try to find Honeycutt, the bunker suddenly begins to lift off, apparently actually being a spaceship. The Triceratons fly back to their base, which is a hollowed-out asteroid. The Turtles are in the cargo hold, but they soon realize that they can no longer breathe. As the Triceratons reach their homeworld, which is just a larger version of the base, they inspect the ship before disembarking, and they find the Turtles, who went into a deep meditation to preserve their oxygen. The Triceratons deduce that they came from Dehunib and must be oxygen breathers, so they give them devices that allow them to breathe and take them into custody. The Triceraton Prime leader, Zanramon, tries to convince Honeycutt to build the transmat for them, claiming it will create peace. Honeycutt denies that he can build it, but he says that even if he could, he would refuse to do so anyway. The group that found the Turtles reports to Zanramon about them, and seeing that Honeycutt is concerned, Zanramon commands that the Turtles be put into a max security holding. He wants to leverage them to get Honeycutt to build the transmat. The Turtles are thrown into a cell, with Mike trying to pick a fight with one of the guards. Yes, Mike, not Raphael. Back on Earth, we see that April is worried about the Turtles, who have been missing for 2 days at this point. She turns on the TV and a special news report interrupts her program. It states that 2 nights ago, a large beam of light shot out of the TCRI building miles into the sky. TCRI has been locked down ever since, and no one has been able to reach them. The reporter mentions that no company named TCRI exists. We then see the police chief being interviewed, talking about how they tried to force entry into the building, but steel plates emerged and sealed off the entrance. The mayor was going to approve the National Guard to come in next, and April is worried that the Turtles will be discovered. Back on the Triceraton homeworld, a big sporting event is taking place. The announcers talk about a group of off-worlders who will be facing the champions in the main event. So we see some of the other rounds leading up to this main event, and we see that it's some kind of gladiatorial combat competition. Prisoners fight large beasts, have one-on-one fights with each other, and have big team battle royales. Zanramon brings out Honeycutt as the main event is about to start, which is a battle between the TMNT and the Triceraton Elite Warrior Squad, who have been reigning champions of the event for 22 straight bouts. The Turtles hype themselves up and charge at the Triceratons. They use their speed and skills against the Triceraton's strength and durability. Leo, Raph, and Don manage to take out their opponents when they notice Honeycutt and try to come up with a plan to rescue him. Mike is struggling for a while, getting choked, but he's finally able to free himself and take down his Triceraton, thus securing the win for the Turtles in the event. The Turtles then make their play to escape and hijack one of the filming hover cars and use it to fly into the Supreme Leader's section. One guard tries to shoot them down, but Honeycutt bumps into him, causing him to miss. The Turtles jump onto the platform and take out some of the guards. Leo holds a sword to Zanramon and forces him to call off the rest of the guards. The Turtles and Honeycutt then head out with Zanramon in tow and make him tell them the quickest way out. And he replies that it would be through his private hangar. Another Triceraton, General Zath, I think that's how you pronounce it, sets up an ambush for the Turtles and Honeycutt and plans to snipe them as they cross through an open space. The Turtles, however, hear the ambush, so a firefight begins. Zanramon tries to stop the shooting and is killed by his own men. Not being able to reach the hangar anymore, they decide to double back as they are cut off by more Triceraton guards. Surrounded with nowhere to go, suddenly the Turtles, Honeycutt, and the 3 Triceratons closest to them warp back to the TCRI building. Outside of the building, we see the police and National Guard preparing to breach. Another beam of light shoots into the sky from the building. This caused the gathering crowd to panic. Back inside, the Turtles, Honeycutt, and now the Triceratons find themselves surrounded by Utroms, who have their weapons trained on them, set to stun, of course. As the new arrivals regain their senses, the Utroms recognize the Triceratons. The Triceratons struggle to breathe and think that they have been pulled into a Federation trap. The Utroms try to calm everyone down and promise to return the Triceratons home. This statement causes the Triceratons to realize that the Utroms have a transmat device, and they attack them in an effort to take it for themselves. The Utroms engage them to protect their device. The Turtles join the fight and help the Utroms take down the Triceratons. Now that things have calmed down, the Utroms explain to the Turtles that they are not hostile, and to show this, they bring out Splinter. Back outside, April's looking at the building when a National Guardsman tries to get her to clear out. But back with our main group, Splinter recounts to them what happened to him. In that after being wounded by Stockman's Mousers, he fled and collapsed from loss of blood. The Utroms found him and nursed him back to health. He soon discovered their true identities, and due to his weakened state, his body could not take the stress of the revelation, and he collapsed again. So the Utroms put him in suspended animation, and that's where the Turtles saw him. Seeing the Turtles' emotional reaction to seeing Splinter caused the Utroms to let him out and find out what was going on. But before they could talk, the Turtles damaged the transmat machine and warped away. The Utroms were angry at the Turtles for this, obviously, as their equipment was destroyed, and were not planning on helping them, but Splinter was able to convince them to change their minds. They were also curious about the Turtles since it was their ooze that mutated them. One of the Utroms explains that around 100 of them came to Earth 20 years ago to observe the planet and its dominant life forms. The drive system on their ship malfunctioned, though, causing them to crash land, and the accident killed 2/3 of their crew, totaled their ship, and left them with no way to contact their homeworld. They salvaged what they could from the crash site and used their exoskeletons to pose as humans until they had enough money to buy a building, which would become the TCRI building. They stripped the inside of the building and began to build an intergalactic communicator and eventually the translocation device. 15.5 years ago, the Utroms were transporting the last of their salvage in a truck to the TCRI building. Traffic was heavy, so they decided to take some back roads, and that's when they almost ran over a blind man, and the series of events leading to the creation of the Turtles and Splinter began. At this point, the Utroms have reestablished regular contact with their homeworld, but their leader asked them to continue their observation mission since they were so well adapted to life on Earth at this point. They established a permanent base the TCRI building. But the damage the Turtles did caused a power surge in the building that damaged their communicator. This damage destroyed their beam suppression systems and caused their emergency flash to go off. As they can't contact their homeworld, and they are surrounded by the National Guard and police, they have no choice now but to return home. The Utroms receive an alert that the National Guard is about to force entry into the building, which is a problem since the transmat device is not fully repaired yet. So they decide to activate the building's defensive measures. The Utroms work to fix their machine with the help of Honeycutt. The Utroms realize that given the damage, they can only warp to the preset coordinates, which was their homeworld, meaning that they can't warp the Turtles or Splinter out of the building, even though that's what they promised to do. As the National Guard enters the building, they are cut off by small robots that blast them with stun rays and pin them down. The soldiers do eventually gain the upper hand once they realize that the robots are not trying to kill them. The Utroms order everyone to the translocation area and tell them to abandon their exosuits as the soldiers continue to fight deeper into the building. The Utroms activate the device, causing another beam of light to shoot out into the sky. They start entering the device, and they set the building to self-destruct. Turtles wonder why the Utroms aren't warping them away as they promised, but the Utroms tell them to come with them. As they have no other choice, they do. They all warp away as the National Guard finally enters the room, only to hear an emergency announcement stating that the building will self-destruct in 5 minutes. April watches the news report about the TCRI building imploding. Nothing was found, but there were no casualties. She suddenly hears a noise in her bathroom and goes to look, finding the Turtles and Splinter in a pile in her bathtub. And so that was the Turtles' adventures in space, as contained in issues 5 through 7 of the series. And so, after returning from space, the Turtles have a few smaller, more one-off adventures before we go into the bulk of the next really big story arc. And this is where we're going to get the micro-series for the other 3 Turtles. The first, which is the Michaelangelo micro-series. This is where we see the introduction of one of my favorite TMNT characters, Clunk, Mike's cat. So the story begins with Mike walking around the snow with a scarf covering his face, which is enough to not draw any attention to himself. He's watching the people participate in winter activities, such as ice skating or sledding. He even convinces some kids to let him try their sled. After getting his fill of the fun, he decides to go to a shopping center for some last-minute Christmas shopping. As he heads over, he sees a little cat freezing in the cold and decides to pick him up and put him in his coat to warm him up. Once he arrives at the shopping center, he sees a store called Chet's Toys and heads inside with the cat still in his coat. Once inside, he hears a conversation about a new popular toy called the Little Orphan Aliens. Apparently, they're the hottest toy of the season, and the store is sold out and awaiting a new shipment. Mike walks up and down the aisles playing with a bunch of different toys and getting the cat, which he named Clunk, in on the fun. He accidentally startles Clunk, who runs out the back door of the store. Mike chases him and grabs him, where he sees 3 men sticking up delivery truck drivers and taking their truck, which is full of those little orphan alien toys that were meant to be donated to a children's home. Clunk meows, which alerts the robbers to Mike's presence, and they shoot at him as he takes cover behind a dumpster. The men decide to get into the truck and drive off, but Mike is able to grab onto a loose cord hanging off the truck before they leave. The men see Mike hanging on the back of the truck, but he breaks into the back as the cord he was holding is about to snap. With Mike out of view, the men are still paranoid and decide that they're going to check what happened at the next red light. Mike hides Clunk under a blanket so he can fight without worrying about him. The men stop and 2 of them go out to check the back. Mike is able to easily take them out, but the third sees what's going on and speeds off. At the last second, Mike grabs the truck, but he's thrown into a parked car. Using his intuition, he's able to predict the path of the truck and ultimately is able to grab onto it once again. He climbs onto the roof and rolls towards the cab. Mike crushes the cab's roof in, but slides off, and only at the last second able to catch hold of a side mirror. He punches through the front window and pulls the driver out of the cab, which knocks him out. He then takes the truck and starts driving back to the store, but as the truck was already reported stolen, the cops find him and start to chase him. Mike rams one of the police cars, which crashes into another. The police decide to set up a barricade, and they open fire on him as he continues to drive away. Having successfully avoided the cops, Mike pulls the truck over in an alley and gets Clunk out of the back. He thinks about informing the cops about the truck, but knowing that the truck will be impounded as evidence, he instead decides to get his brothers in April, and they take the toys to the children's home they were originally intended to go to. So yeah, this is a fun, cute little story. It gives us more of Mike's personality and even his childish side. but it also shows how caring he is. Now, coming up on the next issue, issue 8, which is fairly pivotal, as it introduces two characters that make numerous appearances throughout many different versions of TMNT. The first is their ally, Time Apprentice, or eventually Time Mistress, Rennet. Another is a villain named Savanti Romero. This is also a crossover with a character named Cerberus. Future me again. I know now that it's Cerebus and Dave Sim, not Dave Sims, but I'm going to keep making those mistakes throughout this, so I apologize. Just, you'll have to deal with it, unfortunately. Created by Canadian comic artist Dave Sims, who is an aardvark barbarian. Cerberus, as a series, had a huge influence on TMNT, kind of having that same vibe of being a animal doing warrior things that they shouldn't be doing, and also being an independent comic. Now, one thing I do want to note before covering this issue, Dave Sims is a terrible person. He has admitted to grooming a 14-year-old girl. He claims that he did not sleep with her until she was 21, as if that makes it okay. But he admits that he did have attraction to her before she was of age. Now, I do just want to hedge my bets on this a little bit and state that even though I found this statement on multiple sites and it seems to be widely accepted that this is a legitimate statement, I haven't actually been able to find the original article to truly verify that this is an authentic statement. Even the Wikipedia page talks about how there's a lack of sources on here, and a lot of the things I've seen are actually in like Internet Archive and the Wayback Machine. So I do just want to carefully state that I'm not 100% certain this is authentic, but it does seem to be generally accepted that this is true. Also, to point out, Dave Sims is also horribly, horribly misogynistic and seemingly transphobic and homophobic as well. So just, that's something to be aware of before you read this story. There's a little bit weirdness covering with this issue, but since it's such an important issue, introducing these two characters that are going to show up again, I can't really skip it. If you don't want to hear about something written by someone like Dave Sims, skip to this point in the video. Also, just one more thing I want to state. Obviously, there's no indication that Eastman or Laird knew what Sims did. And actually, this issue is absent in the more recent collection of the TMNT, those 3 compendiums. And so that's just one thing to keep in mind. If also you want to factor that into account when you decide which ones you want to buy. Okay, so the issue begins with Rennet, who is an apprentice time master, or time apprentice. She is sneaking into her master, Lord Simultaneous's room. She grabs some scepter, which apparently allows the wielder to travel to any place in time. Fans of the TMNT movies probably recognize the scepter as the scepter from the third one, but we don't talk about the third movie. So as she's about to use the scepter, Rennet is caught by Lord Simultaneous. So she decides to use it and flee and ends up in modern day, which was at the time New York, 1986. And she obviously runs into the Turtles. Lord Simultaneous tracks her down fairly quickly, and Rennet tells the Turtles that Simultaneous is going to kill her, which they take literally. And that's a little bit of a fun dynamic we have here with Rennet, who's also intended to be a teenager. There is some of it that indicates that Rennet did think that she was going to be punished severely by Lord Simultaneous, but it kind of has that same energy of, you know, someone saying, oh, my mom's going to kill me. But because the Turtles in the world they grew up in, they take that very literally, and I just found it kind of funny. So it's fun to see them interact with someone closer to their age, as opposed to Splinter, their master, or April and Casey, who are in their 20s. So she uses the scepter and tells the Taker and the Turtles to any place on Earth before humans recorded time. We then get a little joke that they go to a place where the locals haven't recorded years yet, but it is officially the year 1406. So we see Cerberus lying on the ground, and he's planning to raid a fortress and steal some scrolls. One cool thing about this issue is, as you've noticed, there's a visual contrast between all the other characters and Cerberus. That's because even though Eastman and Laird did the pencils for everything, Sims did the inking and toning for Cerberus himself. So it's really as if Cerberus was transported into a TMNT comic. So Cerberus hired a group of men, and they're alarmed by how intimidating the fortress appears, and they want to flee. Cerberus threatens his men to try to get them to stay when suddenly the turtles and Rennet land on top of them. We cut to inside the castle where a demon-looking guy sits on a throne with a guard, and a voice tells him, "It's here! It's here!" referring to the scepter. Back with the turtles and Cerberus, Cerberus thinks the turtles and Rennet are demons and a witch, and gets into a fighting stance. Leo faces off against him, guarding Rennet, and they begin to fight as the demon guy gathers his forces to go and take the scepter. Rennet breaks up the fight and explains who she is. She was a time apprentice to Lord Simultaneous in the 79th level of dimension of null time. And that's a mouthful. But her life was boring. She decided to blah, 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 or steal the time scepter, and I just love that that's what it actually says. That's one thing that we do love about Rennet, and that we're going to learn, is that she does talk a lot, and people tend to zone out as she does. But once Lord Simultaneous caught her in New York, she knew that he would kill her and the turtles, so she brought them all here. Cerberus doesn't really care, and he's telling them to leave when the demon guy, or who we now know as Savanti Romero, arrives. They try to hide, but he attacks them, knowing that they're in the area, and he easily takes them all out and takes the scepter from Rennet, which apparently is called the Scepter of the Sands of Time. He's been wanting the scepter for quite a while. Romero and his troops return to the castle, and he plans to use the power of the scepter to take over the world. As our group comes to, we see that the scepter is gone, and Rennet says that she can't take them home without it, so they have to get it back. Understanding that they're going to need reinforcements, Cerberus mentions that he knows where they can trade some of Rennet's jewelry for some mercenaries. It benefits them both, as Cerberus can rob the place, and the turtles can get the scepter back. They head into town and enter a pub. The turtles and Rennet sit while Cerberus talks to some mercs who are interested in buying Rennet as opposed to the jewelry. The turtles are getting tired of Rennet's drunk ramblings and wonder if they can trust Cerberus. Suddenly, Cerberus returns, saying that he got some men to help them. He told them that Rennet is Myrtle, Queen of the Mystic, Tecapman tortoises. Sorry if I butchered that, but I mean, it's not real words anyway. And once every 100 years, she makes an army invulnerable from sunup to sundown, and that they are that army, and they should attack Romero's fortress tomorrow and steal the gold there. He tells the turtles to meet him at the edge of the clearing behind the fortress at sunup. The group gathers and waits for a messenger to tell them to go, that the other attack has begun. The mercs that Cerberus brought gather on the other side of the fortress, where they begin their assault. Hearing someone coming, Raph takes him out, but it turns out it was the messenger, letting him know that the army has begun their attack. And so the army does a frontal assault, while our group sneaks in. Romero is alerted to the armed forces at his gates, and he posts his men on the walls and in the fields, and decides to reanimate dead soldiers that he buried in those fields by using the scepter. As our main group finishes climbing and sneaks around, they see Savanti Romero's quarters and head in that direction. The group of mercenaries is bashing at the front door as our main group arrives at a different door that leads into Savanti's room. Savanti then raises the dead with a ridiculous spell and sends them to fight the group of armed mercs. The turtles get overzealous and begin their attack loudly, but they, Cerberus, and even Rennet are able to take some of them out, and they make it into Savanti's quarters and begin scaling the tower. So the mercenaries soon realize that they are not, in fact, invincible, and they begin to flee as our group reaches Savanti. Savanti once again easily subdues them, but as he thinks about how to kill them, Lord Simultaneous arrives. We learn that Romero was an apprentice god who plotted to overthrow Lord Simultaneous. When he found out, he changed him into his current form and banished him to this timeline. Svanti tries to use the scepter on Lord Simultaneous, but it has no effect. Turns out that instead of scepters, the Time Masters now use digital cosmic quartz, or a digital watch that is not only much more portable, but also much more powerful. He then warps Svanti somewhere else. We learn that Reddit exaggerated Lord Simultaneous's cruelty, but he is going to punish her. He sends the turtles home and gives Cerberus the scrolls that he wanted from the castle. So in the epilogue, we see Svanti Romero was sent back to the Triassic, and that Cerberus had some kind of issues with the scrolls. The turtles land in a dumpster in NYC, and Ren is punished and forced to dust Lord Simultaneous's books while wearing chains. It's a fun issue, but, it's kind of hard to go back to nowadays with what we know about Dave Sims. The next issue up is the Dawn microseries. So the issue begins with Raph coming out of the shower, complaining that there's no hot water left, and he's yelling at Dawn to fix it. They argue back and forth for a bit, but April ultimately convinces Dawn to go check things out and fix the water heater, which happens to be in the basement. She does warn him, though, to watch out, as she recently leased an office space to a man named Kirby in the cellar, and that's where the water heater is located, so if he's not careful, he might run into him down there. So Dawn heads down, but as he's coming down the stairs, you see this weird flying creature. It passes over his head, and he decides to follow it. Somehow it disappears, even though he followed it into a dead end. So then Dawn decides to retrace the monster's path, and he ends up in the office space that April mentioned earlier. He sees Kirby drawing, and he has a gem tied to the end of his pencil. Suddenly, the creature he was drawing lifts off the page and begins to fly around, just like the one before. Kirby then notices Dawn and thinks that he's some kind of alien there to take back the crystal, assuming it's some kind of alien artifact. Dawn introduces himself and explains that he's not an alien, nor is he there to harm Kirby. Comic book fans probably already recognize who this is, but Kirby is based on the legendary comic artist Jack Kirby, who created or co-created many characters from Marvel and DC, such as the Fantastic Four, the Incredible Hulk, Darkseid and the New Gods, and many more. There's actually an entire Wikipedia page of just the characters that he created if you want to take a look at it. Kirby tells Dawn that he found the gem in a pile of coal and accidentally discovered its powers. That's all he says about it. I don't know how he accidentally discovered its powers. He lets Dawn try it out. He explains that whatever he draws with the crystal tied to the pencil comes to life, but it vanishes soon after, with the exception of this mirror that he drew, which is sitting in the corner of the room. The mirror looks cloudy and kind of portal-like, so Dawn inspects it, and when he tries to touch it, his hand passes through the surface. Dawn decides to walk through, and he comes back out to get Kirby, who grabs a sketchbook and follows Dawn into the portal. They're suddenly in a world full of the creatures that Kirby drew with the pencil and the crystal. They happen upon a group of humans as well, and these humans are fighting the monsters. Dawn decides to help out with the fight, and Kirby, realizing that his drawings seem to be permanent in this world, draws Dawn some kind of high-tech gauntlet, which then suddenly appears on Dawn's hand. Kirby says it's a gravity equalizer, and it can cancel out gravity, so Dawn uses it to launch some of the creatures away. He keeps using the gauntlet as he keeps fighting, but eventually it stops working. Kirby then draws a giant robot trash compactor type thing, and he can control it with his brainwaves. And he uses it to fight monsters, and him and Dawn stand at the top. But being a trash compactor, it has limited space, and eventually it's full, and he can't pick up any more monsters. So then Kirby tries to figure out what to draw as Dawn decides to enter the fight again and help the humans. He ultimately decides to draw shackles on all of his creations, which soon appear on them, subduing them. The humans thank them, and they decide to head back to the mirror, but notice that it's now shrinking. Kirby tells Dawn to go through first, and he jumps, but as he plans to turn around and help pull out Kirby, he gets stuck due to the shrinking size. Kirby then pushes his feet and forces him through the portal. Before the portal disappears, a paper airplane flies through it. Dawn opens it, and there's a note from Kirby. He reads it, and he grows somber and heads back upstairs. Raph is still complaining some more when he arrives, but Dawn gives him such a bad stink eye that even Raph backs down. He heads into his room and sits down by the window and reads the note again. We can now see the note, which is written on the drawing of Dawn with the gauntlet. And it says, Dawn, life is at best bittersweet. Take care of yourself. Kirby. And so that's the end of the issue. I found this one a lot of fun. It's probably my least favorite of the micro series. Not that I think it's bad, but yeah, just I think that they're all good and the other three are better. And so, but it was a lot of fun and it has a very poignant ending. It's a nice tribute to Jack Kirby. If I had to rank this, I'd put this, of the ones we covered so far, I'd put the Raph micro series at number 1, the Mike series at number 2, and then the Don micro series at 3. Obviously, part of that is because the Mike and Don micro series are less plot essential than the Leo and Raph ones, but they're still both a lot of fun and give us more insight into the characterization. But the best micro series, the Leonardo micro series, is still yet to come. So, but before then, we get one more one-off story, or at least one-off for now. Issue 9 is actually a story from the Turtles' past, starring the pre-Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. As you'll notice, the Turtles' bandanas are different. They cover their whole heads instead of just their eyes. Raph and Mike also use different weapons, with Raph using Tonfa, and Mike using a Manriki Gusari, sorry, I always forget how to pronounce that. And if you're a fan of the show, you've probably noticed that these are the Turtles that inspired Rise of the TMNT. The issue begins with a man who's in modern clothing, for some reason running around in a battle between samurai in feudal Japan. He notices a flag with some kind of strange symbol that catches his eye for some reason, before he's suddenly jolted awake, and he wonders why he keeps having this dream and what it means. We go to Splinter, who's training the younger Turtles, but they finish their session, he goes off to meditate. While he's meditating, he feels some kind of presence reaching out to him in the astral plane, but it soon fades away. So the next day, while Splinter is supervising a sparring match between Leo and Raph, and we see they're both using katanas, Splinter is a bit distracted. He's thinking about the presence that he felt yesterday, so he decides to call off the session, and he goes to meditate once more. This time he's actively searching for the presence, and he's ultimately able to make contact with it. The spirit is of an elderly man who lives in Japan and is on his deathbed. He introduces himself as Gosei Hatsumi and states that he's a member of a samurai clan, the Gosei Samurai Clan. Also, if I'm mispronouncing Gosei, someone please let me know in the comments. Obviously, I won't be able to do anything about it in this video, and, in all honesty, the clan's not going to come up in any other future videos because it's only in Mirage. But we'll all feel better that you corrected me. And if I talk about it in the future, I can pronounce it properly. So this clan has a Bushido spirit that is the collective experience of all the warriors in the clan prior. And so Hatsumi is about to die and he needs to pass the spirit on, which is passed down from father to son throughout the family. And that's how this collective experience is maintained. But he cannot give it to his son as he's a criminal who lives in New York City. He therefore wants to pass it on to his grandson, or at least give him the choice to accept it or reject it himself. Splinter offers his help, and Hatsumi explains that he requires physical contact to pass on the spirit, so he and Splinter must switch bodies. He does warn Splinter that he only has around 10 hours to live, so they must switch back before he dies or Splinter will die, and Hatsumi will be stuck in Splinter's body. Splinter agrees anyway, and they do the switch. So now Hatsumi, or Splinter, gathers the Turtles to search for his son and grandson. He does not tell them where they're going or what they're doing. He simply vaguely states that they're going to save a life and salvage a heritage. On the roof of April's building, Hatsumi uses some kind of psychic power or psychic link to his family to search for them, and he soon pinpoints their location. They go to this Japanese-style skyscraper and get to it using grappling hooks and, those ninja climbing claws, which I guess are called shuko, from what I looked up on Wikipedia. They pop out on a rooftop garden where there's a table set up for a meal. There are two men at the table having an intense conversation about the younger man's future. So, as you can probably tell, these two men are Hatsumi's son and grandson. His grandson, Hattori, who just graduated from college, wants to continue school and earn a master's degree. His son, the older man, Kenji, who is his son and Hattori's father, wants Hattori to take over his company. But, as we know from what Hatsumi told us, Kenji's company isn't exactly on the up and up. Hatsumi tells the turtles that he needs to speak to the younger man alone, so he sends Raph and Don to go look for guards and exits. Raph and Don go, and they happen to stumble upon a group of men who are plotting to assassinate Hattori and Kenji. They plan to attack with a quintet of assassins once the cook serves food and leaves, and they're doing this to take control of Kenji's crime syndicate, which I assume is some kind of Yakuza. So the two turtles return, and this is where we kind of see some of their inexperience come into play, this being technically their first field mission, because this would have occurred before the training mission against the Purple Dragons. So Raph accidentally says quartet of assassins instead of quintet. So they're expecting one less assassin than there will actually be. Thinking that there's only four, Hatsumi sends Don, Mike, and Raph to deal with the assassins, and he has Leo wait on standby with him. So the three turtles go out and they each take out one assassin. Back with Hattori, he tells his father that he doesn't want to take over his business. Kenji scolds him and suspects that he wants to be a samurai like his grandfather. As they debate, suddenly, a ninja with a machine gun pops out of a bush and shoots at them. Kenji manages to shield his son from the gunfire as Leo takes out the assassin, but Kenji is fatally wounded and dies. Hattori grieves his father, but he soon notices the turtles and Hatsumi Splinter. Hatsumi tells the turtles to go and block any entrances so he can talk to Hattori alone. Remember, they think that there are no more assassins. Hattori thinks he is hallucinating, but Hatsumi explains who he is and why he is there. As proof, he draws the Gosei clan symbol, which is the same symbol from Hattori's dream. Hatsumi places his hands on Hattori's head and explains that he can give him the family life force, but that Hattori must choose it. Hattori hesitates, but ultimately he decides to accept it. Hatsumi gives Hattori the spirit, which contains the lives, memories, and skills of all the former members of the clan. Hatsumi then swaps back with Splinter, and then after the ordeal, Hattori and Splinter are a little out of it as the unaccounted for fifth assassin attacks, dropping in from a skylight. Splinter convinces Hattori that he can fight with the guidance of his clan, so he fights and defeats the assassin. Splinter then tells him that he can call upon the spirits of his ancestors who will help him, and that he can fight, and he just needs to let the spirits of his clan guide him. But it is his choice what to do with this power. The Turtles and Splinter return home, and they reflect on the night and the choice that lies before Hattori that he is facing. That was kind of a few light stories in between now and then. So what kind of happens now is a more serialized story, at least for a time. There will be like kind of one-off stories in between, but largely now we're starting at a point A, which is going to be the Leonardo microseries, and then we're going to follow a chain of events all the way through City at War, which is the ending of Mirage Volume 1. This journey begins off first with a mini arc, and as I was stating, due to this being the start of the real story, it's the most consequential issue of the series so far, other than the first issue. This isn't a full turn, but this is where TMNT stops being entirely a parody series and starts to become more serious. It still maintains a lot of its comedy elements throughout it, and it's always going to be inherently ridiculous. And it really doesn't take that full seriousness turn until City at War. But this is where we start laying the seeds for it to become more serious later on. This story is one of the most intense in TMNT history, and it's mostly played straight. While issue 1 was very violent, it was also fairly clear that it wasn't meant to be taken seriously. But here we can feel the brutality of what's happening and the pain that the characters are going through. And so basically there are kind of two stories going on simultaneously in this issue. The A story being Leonardo fighting with the Foot Clan, and the B story being the rest of the group, which is the Turtles, April, and Splinter, preparing for their Christmas celebration they have that night. While the comic goes back and forth between the two storylines, that's not exactly the most conducive to doing a summary. So I'm first going to go over Leo's half, and then I'm going to go over the B story, and then eventually we'll come back together at the ending. As my summary isn't going to play out the exact same way as the issue, this more than any other, I would recommend that you read for yourself before continuing on. We begin with Leo alone, and he's running along the snowy rooftops. He's on an exercise run before the Christmas festivities. Suddenly, he's attacked by 2 foot ninja, one of whom cuts the ends of his headband off. Leo eventually takes them down, only to then immediately have to dodge knives that are thrown by another foot ninja. Leo engages with this foot ninja, but the ninja flees with Leo in hot pursuit. As Leo chases him, he's ambushed by several more in an alleyway. Now tired and overwhelmed, Leo begins to struggle in the fight against the assailants, and one of his katanas is even broken. Even so, Leo manages to take out all but one of the ninja, who once again flees and gets Leo to chase after him some more by throwing shurikens at him. This time, as Leo turns the corner, we see foot archers begin firing arrows at him, and he has to take cover behind a bunch of trash cans. Once he's eventually clear, he looks out and sees a shadowy figure with a cape at the end of the alleyway. The figure takes off, running into the open streets. Leo finds some covering or tarp or something to cover himself with so that he can go chase him out onto the street. We then see 2 foot ninja who are dressed differently from the main forces. They're sporting these hats and capes, and they begin to throw snowballs at Leo, taunting him. Leo fights with them, but he ultimately loses his covering. He is able to take one of them out, but some of the pedestrians see him, which distracts him long enough for the second one to escape. He grabs his covering again and resumes pursuit. Leo faces down 2 foot soldiers, but he is ambushed by another 2 that are hiding behind a fence. They grab Leo with a Menriki Gusari, and one of the foot kicks him through the fence, and he falls down a snowy hill. Leo's exhausted at this point, and he stands up, and we see that he's surrounded by dozens of foot ninja now. The foot then part, and who do we see come out but none other than Shredder. And unlike some of the interpretations of this we've seen later, this is actually a genuine shock, because Shredder, we didn't think Shredder died. Shredder did die. So we're confused as to what's going on. I mean, there are fantastical elements here. Was Shredder resurrected somehow? Is this a new Shredder? Who are these new foot ninja that aren't dressed like the rest? Just leaves us with a ton of questions. Now, to the B story. We see the Turtles, April, and Splinter prepare for their Christmas dinner. Mike is cooking, and he's making sweet and sour turkey. April and Raph bring in the Christmas tree into the apartment. Raph starts setting up the tree while April helps Mike cook a little bit. Splinter's also in the kitchen, and Mike and April are worried about Leo, but Splinter tells them he can take care of himself. Dawn starts to get out the lights for the tree as Raph trims it with a butterfly sword pretty aggressively, par for the course for Raph. Once Raph finishes trimming, April brings out some ornaments for the tree. Her and Dawn start to put them on the tree, as well as other decorations, so Raph decides to go gather the presents to put under the tree. Mike tells him not to grab his as he hasn't wrapped them yet, and April mentions how she used to make cookie ornaments with her parents as a kid. Raph, being mischievous, tries to sneak a peek at Mike's presents, but he gets attacked by Clunk. With how much time has passed, Splinter is now worried about Leo, and he sends the other turtles to go out and look for him. Then, the moment that changed the series forever happens. Leo's limp body flies through April's apartment window. He's beaten nearly to death and barely conscious. He then tells everyone that Shredder has returned. With all due respect to issue 1, this is the single best issue of Mirage. It is utter perfection, and it shows what Eastman and Laird were capable of even this early in their careers. It's literally a martial arts movie comes to a comic book format, and it flows perfectly through action. I love how it visually conveys that Leo is slowly getting worn down through his conflict with the Foot, as the Foot lead him from one ambush to another. And the reveal of Shredder is completely unexpected. It also juxtaposes so well with the Christmas celebration, as we see how the Turtles have their new little family, and they're about to be dragged down from their highest point to their lowest points. And one thing I really love about the fight scene is I'm not super familiar with Frank Miller's comic books, but I do know that they heavily inspired the Daredevil Netflix show, which, if you haven't seen it, watch it. It's the greatest live-action superhero show of all time. But we see a lot in that series as well. Matt Murdock getting tired as he fights. He's not the invincible superhero that so many of his peers are. He's a human who gets tired, who gets beat at times. We see a lot of that here as well. Leo is winning most of these exchanges, at least until the last one, but he's getting slowly worn down the entire time. And I just love how we're able to visually understand that, despite the fact that there's not a lot of dialogue. And you know it's good because if you read the comments in the Ultimate Collection, you've probably noticed by now that Laird's a bit of a harsh critic. But he has nothing but praise for this. Apparently, as was the case for a lot of these fight scenes, specifically the big set pieces, Eastman did all the layouts by himself, mostly by himself. Like, they collaborate, obviously, but the layouts were mostly the creation of Kevin Eastman. And Laird just gushes over this issue, and he gives all the praise to Kevin Eastman for it. And it really does show what he was so good at. Specifically because it didn't cover a lot of the things he was weak at. Like, there's not a lot of dialogue. There's not a ton of verbal story here. It's all visual storytelling. And because of that, he is able to lay out and panel an excellent action set piece that blows any other Mirage comic out of the water. You know, obviously, this has been redone a few times. We see it recreated in the TMNT movie, but they swap out Raph for Leo. We also see it recreated more faithfully in the 03 cartoon. But in my opinion, neither of those hold a candle to specifically the Leonardo Mirage micro series. This is the best take on it. And if you only read one Mirage comic, this should be it. So issue 10 begins exactly where the micro series ends. And so we see the group go check on Leo as Foot Clan Ninja burst through the apartment windows. Dawn tells Splinter and April to grab Leo as the Turtles try to hold them off. April is panicking. You know, obviously she's not used to this stuff yet. But Splinter tries to calm her down. The Turtles took out the first wave of Foot, but Splinter mentions that the Foot must have them surrounded or they would not have attacked so brazenly. Dawn suggests that they take Leo down to the second time around shop. Mike takes out a light to give them some cover, and then Leo tells April to run, as the Foot would want to kill her too, but she refuses. She's going to stay with her new family. So April opens the door, almost gets taken out by a Foot Ninja, but luckily Leo is able to save her at the last second by mustering enough energy. The Turtles approach the stairs, and we can see from our view that there are 3 Foot Ninja hiding underneath. Raph stays behind to try to hold off the attackers from upstairs before following the rest. So, before heading down the stairs, Mike decides to make some noises imitating walking sounds, which draws out 2 of the Foot Ninja, who are then able to be taken out by Dawn and Mike. Mike then sees the third, now that they're on the lower level, who's still hiding, and takes him out as well. The group silently enters the junk shop, but the lights come on, and the group faces down Shredder and a large force of Foot Ninja. As they prepare to attack, a figure pops out of the shadows. Unsurprisingly, it's Casey Jones. Casey does a little battle cry. I don't actually know how to pronounce it, because the 03 show says Goongala, and the 2012 says Goongala. I would assume, since Laird was involved with the 03 show, that the pronunciation he intended was Goongala. But after his battle cry, Casey takes out a few Foot Clan. members. The three healthy turtles then join in. April and Splinter with Leo try to find a way out, but we see the fire exit has been blocked, meaning that the only exit is the front door, which is where Shredder and the Foot are standing. Casey even actually manages to land a hit on Shredder in this exchange, surprisingly. I mean, it probably is because Shredder wasn't taking him seriously, but good for Casey. Given the noise, the police are now on their way to the shop, and a fire breaks out, which was started upstairs by the Foot Ninja. The flaming ceiling begins to collapse on them, and more Foot drop down from the hole in the ceiling. Shredder breaks the phone and tells the Foot Ninja to kill our group. Don engages with Shredder, landing a hit, but Shredder breaks his bow and counters him and knocks him into a bookshelf. Raph then throws a Foot Ninja at Splinter to move his focus. April remembers, though, that her father initially wanted to have a small grocery store in the shop as well, so he installed a walk-in cooler. They eventually had to remove the cooling unit when they got rid of the cooler, and there's a hole in the wall where the cooling unit used to be that they can use to escape. Splinter lets everyone else know, and they run toward it. The cops arrive and call for backup, causing Shredder and his forces to flee as well. The group manages to clear the debris enough to make it through the hole into the alley. They flee on foot as they assume a car pulling out would draw the attention of the police. They then see the shop and apartments engulfed in flames, and April begins to cry, losing the last attachment she has to her family. Sometime later, we see Casey and April in a car which has a trailer attached to it, and where Splinter and the Turtles are hiding. They then arrive in a small town called Northampton, Massachusetts. This is where Casey grew up, and his late grandmother has a vacant farmhouse there. Our group, now completely defeated and broken, tucks tail and runs. Leo is barely clinging to life, and April has lost everything and questioning the choices that she's made. In the next issue, being issue 11, April wakes up after an intense nightmare, only then to be attacked by this foot turtle hybrid creature and a monster version of Shredder. She eventually does wake up into real life. And so this is the first time the story starts hinting at resentment that April is starting to feel towards the Turtles. Obviously, they've become some of her closest friends. At this point in the story, probably her closest friends. But she's also sacrificed a lot. She took them in, which affected her social life and her ability to run the shop and even renovate her apartment spaces. Then, losing that building due to an attack by their enemies. It would be a lot for anyone to deal with, and her having these feelings is completely understandable. April manages to get herself out of bed. She sits down in a chair and begins writing in a journal about what happened since they arrived in Northampton 2 weeks ago until today, January 15th, 1987. Casey tries to show April downtown Northampton as they arrive, but she's obviously not in the best mood. The group arrives at Casey's grandmother's farmhouse, where there's a barn and a few sheds. The place is, let's just say, a fixer-upper. April's been having trouble sleeping since they arrived, and she's been having these intense nightmares constantly. At this point, we skip ahead to January 25th. At this point, Leo's almost physically recovered fully, but mentally he's still affected by this. He has a lot of PTSD involving the attack. He spends most of his time in the woods surrounding the farm, and we see Leo's hunting a deer, but he ultimately fails to catch it. April is thinking about losing everything in the fire and wonders how her father is doing. Her next entry is on February 10th, where April writes about how everyone has pretty much changed at this point. Don has started doing a lot of work around the farm. So far, he's built a windmill to pump water, a water wheel to give them enough power for the fridge and lights, and he built a wood stove to give them heat. Currently, he's working on a hot water heater so that they can actually have warm showers, especially in the middle of winter in New England. It's probably pretty cold. Finally, on February 15th, he gets the hot water heater working. On February 17th, April's feeling pretty depressed. She mentions how Don has found a typewriter in the attic and has begun writing there, We then see in another panel, he has a trash can full of crumpled papers. The next entry isn't until February 26th, where April writes about Mike, who doesn't really laugh anymore. He's not the fun goofball he once was. He mostly keeps to himself and just trains in the barn. April saw him training one time, and he was very angry, destroying walls and tables. She laments how everyone is isolating themselves, but she's doing the same thing, admittedly. They need each other, but no one is taking the first step to reach out. On March 2nd, April mentions how Raph has everyone scared. April at this point pretty much avoids him, as he runs very hot and cold. He doesn't sleep much, and sometimes April hears him leaving the house late at night. She wonders if he's standing guard or training. It's now March 10th, and April finally writes about Casey and how he can be great and mature at times, but childish at others. We can just see this is really a diary entry where she's kind of grappling with her attraction to him. And so she mentions that Casey spends pretty much all his time with Raph, and they work on projects together, such as fixing up a truck around the farm. We then see what Raph and Casey are doing, and they have some friendly bickering as they work. They get in the truck as it's working now, but the throttle is stuck and the steering wheel won't move. So Raph, who was driving it, ends up running into the windmill, and it falls down a hill. April walks along a frozen lake, which unsurprisingly breaks and she falls in, but Leo's able to save her. The guys help warm her up, and Splinter then tells the turtles to train outside, relating their current state to winter, and that training will bring them to spring. Now in the next month, on May 1st, April reflects on her near-death experience she had in the frozen lake. She realizes that the people in her life are more important than everything that she has lost. The turtles are continuing their training. That night they sit by a fire outside in the woods with Splinter, who reflects on their experiences. He regrets how much of a burden they've been to April, but also that change is constant, and April has gained a lot from their company as well. Like April's resentment, this is kind of the first look we get into Splinter's guilt. Both of these will come into play in the later City at War arc. Just kind of reflecting on this, Splinter probably blames himself for everything that's happened. Because he couldn't move on from his master's death after over a decade, he trained these young turtles that he took into his care, essentially from birth, to kill Shredder. And he's forced them to take many lives since then. Now that Shredder's somehow returned, and he's completely uprooted their lives, destroying April's home and shop, and Leo was almost killed. The cycle of revenge never ends. The issue ends when the turtles give April breakfast in bed as a show of appreciation for all that she's done from them. And so this kind of marks an end of a period in TMNT, because this is kind of where Eastman and Laird stopped collaborating to the same level that they did previously. So as I mentioned before, kind of their way of writing was that they would each write pencil and ink on the same pages. So each page was really created by both of them. From here on out, they're not getting along as well. And we'll see the way that it changed their writing style. We're now in 1987. This is the year that the original cartoon premiered. Eastman and Laird not really having any employees at the time. I don't even think Jim Lawson had come on at this point. But if anyone knows better, correct me. But either way, they were a small team, even if they had brought in some other people at this point. Because of this, Eastman and Laird weren't just in charge of the comic, but they were also in charge of doing all the behind-the-scenes work. So the TV deal, the toy deals. And perhaps it was the stress, or perhaps it was being stuck in close proximity for so long. As we can see from a lot of their commentaries and later interviews and stuff, they don't have the most compatible personalities, despite how well they got along at the beginning. Laird was an introvert in his late 20s, early 30s, who was in a serious relationship, soon to be married. He was really an adult. Kevin Eastman was in his late teens, early 20s, still going around, dating around, wanting to have fun, and a much more of an extrovert than Laird. And so whether it was because of their clashing personalities, getting on each other's nerves, or the stress that they couldn't deal with, or a combination of those and other factors, Eastman and Laird had a bit of a falling out. Not enough to fully break away from each other, but enough to where they no longer wrote together to the same extent. And even though they would collaborate on the later Return to New York and City at War arcs, their unique style of really working on each page together ends here. And so this is kind of the start where, most likely due to busy schedules, we see Eastman and Laird starting to write issues by themselves. And this is kind of where we're going to start seeing the Eastman and Laird-isms, and we start to realize why it was so much better when they were writing together. Additionally, there's also going to be, this is also where we start to see comics written by neither of them. So it depends, though. Some of them are canon, some of them aren't. But this is really the beginning of a new era in TMNT. And so while most of these issues are fine, there definitely is something missing. You know, like I said before, Eastman and Laird's writing style allowed them to cover each other's weaknesses. And it just so happened that they were both good at what the other was bad at. And on top of that as well, they also had different interests within the stories. So Laird really likes those sci-fi type stories. He's the better, more clear writer at the time, and he does have some pretty interesting creature designs. Eastman, on the other hand, is more the martial arts guy, and he's the better visual storyteller and better at making layouts and paneling within the comic book, thus leading to better action scenes. And so we get to see what each is capable on their own, but they're not exactly as good as the issues that they wrote together, at least not yet. And so during this time, Eastman and Laird would each write 2 issues by themselves. Laird would write issues 12 and 15, while Eastman wrote 14 and 17. This is also where we're going to see the first issue that wasn't written by Eastman or Laird, which is issue 13. And so this is a canon story, as it was written by Mirage employees Michael Dooney and Steve Levine. So we will cover it here. But I'm not going to be going in order. I'm going to do the 2 Laird issues first, then I'm going to do the 2 Eastman issues, and then I'm going to do issue 13. So if you want to keep track at home, it's going to be, the order we're going to go in is issue 12, issue 15, issue 14, and issue 17, and then finally issue 13. I know that's a little bit confusing, but these are mostly one-off adventures once again, so covering them out of order isn't really that big of a deal. Starting with issue 12, which is titled Survivalists vs. Ninjas, we see the Turtles take on a far-right domestic terrorist group known as Committee to Rebuild American Patriotism, or CRAP. So the comic begins with the group, you know, the Turtles, Splinter, Casey, and April, having a picnic in the woods. Mike is shooting apples off Don's head with a bow and arrow. And Casey wants to hurry up and end the picnic, as Splinter promised to train him a little bit afterwards, show him some ninja moves. Also, a side note, one thing I like about Mirage is how the Turtles are massive pigs, but they eat everything except pizza. Now, this issue obviously came out before the 87 cartoon premiered and established that character trait, but it's something that remains even after the show starts. They eat pretty much everything except pizza, and it's hilarious. Back to the story. We see a man run into the clearing that they're in, and he falls over. He explains that his name is Michael Murphy, and that he's a grad student in physics at University of Massachusetts, which in real life is only 16 minutes from Northampton. For the past 5 weeks, he's been held by CRAP. And they've held him hostage and been trying to force him to build a nuclear bomb for them. They plan to use this bomb to blow up an important military installation to incite war between the US and the USSR, Russia for anyone born after the 90s, so that they can show their survival skills. Yeah, it's not even really to go be soldiers. It's just so that they can survive in a nuclear wasteland and show how good they are at survival. Suddenly, Michael is shot through the chest. He survives, and the group takes cover. We now see the members of Crap. 4 of them are mostly stereotypical survivalist types, but their leader's an imposing former soldier named Skonk. And the group are all armed with some pretty heavy-duty assault rifles from the looks of them. The group identifies all members of our group, and they set off after them to take them out. Skonk has them all split up, sending 2 of the men to the left and the other 2 to the right, while he goes down the center for a direct assault. The good guys talk about how they expect this group to try to flank them. April and Casey decide to take Michael to the hospital, while everyone else hangs back to fight Crap. Raph wants to take them head on and have Don disarm the bomb. Don is hesitant, though, as the men likely have automatic weapons, and he doesn't exactly know how to disarm a nuclear bomb. He suggests that they flee instead, so they're not around if the bomb goes off. The Turtles argue for a bit, and Splinter eventually interjects. He agrees that they shouldn't try to defuse the bomb, but that they must hold off the group long enough for Casey and April to get Michael to the hospital. April and Casey leave, even though Casey wanted to stay. And they all split up into 3 groups, just like Crap. Splinter remains where they are, while Leo and Raph go to the left, and Mike and Don go to the right. The Turtles take up defense positions and wait for the survivalists. 2 men pass through the area where Mike and Don are. Don, who's kind of on this small cliff thing, drops a rock on one of the men's head. He fires his gun and then ultimately decides to climb up to see what's going on. But Don was able to get underneath him and pull him down, knocking him out. Mike fights and disarms the other man. The survivalist then pulls out nunchucks, much to Mike's delight. Back in the center area, Skonk fights Splinter. Also, as you may have noticed, they keep calling Splinter a dog. This is another inside joke, because Eastman and Laird talked about how fans would often complain, saying that Splinter looked more like a dog than a rat. And so this was kind of acknowledging that and poking fun at it. So Splinter tries to talk down Skonk, who opens fire on him. They fight and Splinter does win, but you have to remember Mirage Splinter is useless, so Skonk tells him,
"I'm gonna put some dirt in your eye."
And he does it and escapes. He heads back to the Crap bunker. Before he arrives, Don finds the bunker and avoids a crossbow trap that was set up. He finds the bomb, and then we finally see the 2 remaining survivalists walking across the river when, like badasses, Leo and Raph pop up out of the water and take them down. Splinter and Mike find Leo and Raph, and Splinter tells them that he failed to take down Skonk. Skonk arrives at the bunker and takes a radio-controlled trigger for the bomb from his Jeep. He compares himself to Horatio or General Custer as he's taking out commies, or the Turtles. The group catches up to Skonk, and Splinter tries to talk him down one more time, but obviously it's to no avail. He goes on to rant about immigrants, America losing its greatness, yada yada, the same stuff that these weirdos are saying today. Don runs out and tells them to take cover. They do, and Skonk detonates the bomb, killing only himself. In an epilogue, we find out that Michael is okay and recovering in the hospital, and that Don removed the bomb's plutonium core, greatly reducing its blast radius. And so, I think this issue was a lot of fun. I think as far as solo issues go, this is one of the better ones, if not the best one. From a writing standpoint, it probably definitely is. And I like seeing the Turtles use their stealth as, in a straight up fight, they're obviously outgunned by their opponents. So they actually use their ninja skills in this one. Interesting I was just talking about how the martial arts stuff is more Kevin Eastman's bag, but Laird did a really good job with it in this issue. I like this one. It's definitely on the silly side, so the people who aren't the biggest fan of that aspect of Mirage may not like this one, but I enjoyed it a lot. Highly recommend it. Laird's next solo issue is issue 15, or Dome Doom. And this is a story of the Turtles meeting and helping a team of retired superheroes called the Justice Force. One cool thing about this cover, which I'm going to put up on screen now, is that all this wear and tear you see was real. To make the issue seem older and kind of like a Silver Age comic book story, Laird printed out the cover physically and beat the hell out of it. He used it as a coaster, hence the coffee stain, ripped it up, put it on the floor of his car, etc. Just really put some wear and tear into it so it looked like an old comic book. He then scanned that damaged version and used it as a cover. That's a lot of meticulous work, and it's why I love these guys so much. So, the issue begins with Raph, Mike, and Don browsing through a comic shop. Casey accidentally bumps into a short man, and he's very strange looking. Suddenly, a bunch of robots crash into the store. The guys start fighting them, and Small Dude transforms into a superhero and joins the fight. The owner gets hit in the head by something, and we see that he has a steel plate under his forehead. He introduces himself to the guys as Stainless Steel Steve, and that the other man was Metalhead. They're part of a group called the Justice Force. One of the downed robots then projects a message from a man named Dr. Dome, who was the enemy of the Justice Force. He states that he's coming for them and to expect a bigger attack soon. The robot then self-destructs. Stainless Steel Steve, I'm just going to call him Steve from now on because that's a bit of a tongue twister, pulls out a communicator labeled JF, and he calls the other members of the Justice Force, and then the Turtles and Casey introduce themselves. We see Dr. Dome, who predicted that Steve would call everyone, and now, knowing that they're all going to be together, he can attack them in that one place. Steve takes the guys to his home in the suburbs of Northampton, and we see that Leo and Mike have now arrived. The door unlocks, and when the group enters, they find some of the other Justice Force members. Zippy Lad, a wheelchair-bound speedster, joke writes itself, and Joe Elastic, a stretchy Mr. Fantastic type, Plastic Man type guy, who again is kind of losing his stretching ability. They mentioned someone named Captain Deadbolt, who's not there, as he can lock himself in place and cannot be moved, and he's been stuck in the same place for a decade at this point. There's another member named Battling Bernice, who has not arrived yet either. There is a sound on the roof suddenly, and they go to check it out, seeing a bunch of Dr. Dome's robots. Leo, Mike, Don, and Casey head to the roof, while Raph stays with the Justice Force downstairs. The group on the roof starts fighting the robots. These bots, or Doomoids, also decide to attack the first floor, so Raph and the Justice Force are soon wrapped in a battle as well. As the Doomoids aren't making much headway, Dr. Dome decides to attack the house in a larger mech robot he controls directly called the Dome Bot. Suddenly, a woman who we learn is Battle Bernice arrives and takes out the Dome Bot. We then learn that apparently Dr. Dome was a member of the Justice Force and that he was in love with Battle Bernice and planned this attack to get her attention. He left the group, but she never returned his affection since she herself was in an unrequited love with Stainless Steel Steve. We soon learn out that this isn't the original Bernice. She died 3 years ago, and that this woman is Ananda. I'm not sure if that's a typo. Laird's pretty meticulous at this stuff. If it was Eastman, I would probably assume it's a typo, but since it's Laird, I assume that's just the name that they intended. Ananda is Bernice's daughter. After Ananda chews out Dr. Dome, Steve wants to give him a second chance and invites him to live with him in Metalhead, which he accepts. Which is weird because in Volume 4, spoilers, so just skip these next few seconds if you don't want to hear. But in Volume 4, Steve and Metalhead become pretty major characters, and Dr. Dome's nowhere to be seen. In the epilogue, Raph and Mike wonder if Dr. Dome will be able to redeem himself, and Mike says that time heals all wounds. Or at least I think it's Mike. I mean, like I said, when they're not carrying their weapons, you can never really know for sure. So this is another solid issue, with the real standout being the design of the cover. I didn't enjoy it as much as the Survivalist one because it doesn't really feel like a TMNT story to me. It just kind of feels like a superhero issue. This is kind of the problem that I sometimes have with Laird's writing style, is that he goes into these concepts that kind of diverge away from what TMNT is. But, in the end, I still enjoyed it. I also kind of think, though, that the pacing was a bit fast. Doesn't have the most interesting paneling either. But I haven't read a ton of Silver Age comics. Perhaps this was typical of the time period. Anyone who enjoys these old stories will probably enjoy it. I did enjoy it, just not as much as the Survivalist one, as that felt more like a pure TMNT story to me. So now we move on to the Eastman solo comics. His first issue is issue 14, The Unmentionables. This is a detective story in which Casey and April play a central role. So in the Ultimate Collection, Laird mentions that he's not a big fan of this, as he felt the Turtles shouldn't be side characters in their own story. So another interesting tidbit is this is the first issue of the comic released after the 1987 cartoon had begun. So it came out in a very different world than its predecessors. The issue begins with Casey walking down in downtown Northampton, reminiscing about his childhood here with his cousin Sid. He's also thinking about how much he misses New York, which he calls the greatest city in the world. He walks by a shop called Louis' Variety and notices that a brass cow statue that was always on the roof is suddenly missing. The cops ask the owner about the statue, and he doesn't seem to care very much. So Casey gets frustrated and keeps interjecting, as if this is like the worst thing in the world. But the kind of indifferent cop tells him to leave it alone eventually. But he's Casey, obviously he can't leave it alone, and he starts investigating on his own. Back at the farmhouse, it's now morning. April and the Turtles are wondering where Casey is, as April needs a ride to her new job as a waitress at a diner called Blue Bonnet. I mean, seems like kind of weird for a STEM major to be working as a waitress, but maybe there weren't a lot of options in Northampton at the time. Casey eventually stumbles in, cold, saying that he spent all night looking for the statue. His car broke down 2 miles back, and he had to walk the rest of the way back. April then rushes off to take the truck to work. At work, April hears two men talking about how they have a cow statue. They mention how they're going to contact their boss by leaving a message for room 213 at Hotel Northampton. April calls Casey and tells her what she overheard. One of the men then approaches April, but the next time we see her, she's still fine. Nothing apparently happened. Casey goes into the hotel and tries to get the name of the person staying in room 213, but obviously he gets kicked out. April meets up with him, and he fills her in on what's happening. She sees the man from the diner who approached her earlier, who apparently is named Howard, talking to their box, or the Texan, about his daughter's college graduation party being held at the hotel later that night. They figure that the person staying in the room will likely be at the party, and that they can investigate the room then. They come up with a plan for Casey and April to crash the party and try to find out more information that way, while the Turtles will kind of do the ninja thing and break into room 213. Casey and April head into the party. We see them flirting with each other a bit. At the same time, the Turtles scale the side of the hotel and enter 213 room. The Turtles find a bunch of photos featuring the Texan, the cow statue, Louis' store, and Howard. They soon realize that they accidentally entered room 215 instead of 213. We go back to the party, where Howard sees April and starts walking towards her. April tries to get away, but she ultimately runs into three men calling them the Schmengi brothers, and their names are apparently Mikal, Luca, and Luca. Howard and the Texan catch up with them, and we find out that the Schmengi brothers are selling them something for $10 million. Howard tells the Schmengi brothers to take care of April, but to not harm her. Weird thing for a criminal to say, but they head off anyway. The Texan objects, but ultimately he relents. So the Turtles go and find the others, but as they're heading back out, they see April being dragged by the Schmengi brothers and loaded into a van. So they decide to take Casey's truck and follow them so they don't lose them. Casey goes to the bathroom to think, as he says, and he overhears two men talking about a prize cow on Route 116 at Norm Whitty's place. Casey runs to get the truck and sees it gone, and he assumes the Turtles got bored and went home. I just had a chuckle at that. I like that Casey was just slightly annoyed rather than angry, which he had all the right to be. It just made me laugh. He calls a cab and goes to Route 116 instead. Back with the Turtles, They catch up with the Schmengi brothers, who took April into a shed and tied her up. We also see a cow statue wrapped up in tarps. The Turtles bust in and take out the brothers. They interrogate them, and they explain that they're from a fictional country called Slovakia, not Slovakia. And that Louis, the owner of the shop with the cow statue, is actually their brother. The cow statue's from their home country and belonged to the government, but they stole it and took it to America with them when they came here during the revolution. Now that the dictator has been deposed, they wish to return home. And the statue actually isn't brass, but gold. And that they're going to sell it to Mr. Cudworth, which is the name of the Texan, who collects antiques, for $10 million. And then they'll share this $10 million with everybody when they go back. Their brother Louis would not give them the statue, so they decided to steal it from him. The Turtles and April suspect that this is not the full story, but they decide to form a plan. We see Mr. Cudworth, who receives a call from the Schmengi brothers. They demand $5 million more, or they will go to the cops. Meanwhile, Casey arrives at Norm Whitty's, only to see that the prize cow was an actual cow. So he decides to head back to the hotel in his cab. The Turtles wait for Mr. Cudworth to arrive, planning to get him to confess to his crimes while they record it. Mr. Cudworth and his men arrive, and the Turtles approach them with the cow in tow. Mike uncovers the cow, but we see that the Schmengi brothers were planning to rip off Mr. Cudworth, as it's just kind of a box wire filled with rocks. The Schmengi brothers then drive through the shed, and we see the real statue tied to the back of their truck. Cudworth's men are about to shoot the Turtles, but they blast the floodlights that blind them, and they all miss their shots. The men then decide to chase the Schmengi brothers instead. The Turtles and April get into the truck and go after them as well. The Schmengi brothers speed past Casey's cab, and he bullies the cab driver to pop a Yui and chase them. Casey then jumps from the hood of the cab and lands on the statue, alarming the brothers, who then crash. Mr. Cudworth catches up to the truck. Then we get the surprise reveal that Howard, the guy who didn't hurt April even though he knew she was eavesdropping, told the Schmengi brothers not to kill her, is actually an undercover cop. Who could have seen that coming? And so Mr. Cudworth, apparently his real name is Yul Brusniak. He's wanted for international espionage or the buying and selling of national treasures. The Turtles and April arrive, but the Turtles go and hide to avoid the police. Howard questions April and Casey. He wants to talk to the others, knowing that they were there, but they convince him to drop it. And since he caught their guy, he agrees. This comic, in all honesty, is kind of a mess. It has its moments, and the action is great as always, but there's way too much going on, and not all of it really makes that much sense. Luckily, the next solo issue written by Eastman is a lot better. And so the next issue, issue 17, is a lot simpler, and it plays a lot more into Eastman's strengths, being that it's just a straightforward martial arts story, paying homage to samurai movies. Of the 4 solo issues, it's between this and 12 as my favorite. I do like just the more down-to-earth TMNT story that 12 is, but I do also like these big action set pieces that Eastman said, so it's kind of hard to pick what I like better between 12 and 17. So the issue begins with Michaelangelo, who's out in the woods, roasting a rabbit and wearing clothes that wouldn't be out of place in feudal Japan. 3 strangers approach him. They introduce themselves as Toshiro and his children, Sakai and Tai. Sakai being his son and Tai being his daughter. Mike invites them to rest and eat with him. Toshiro then explains that they're going to Kyoto to visit his cousins, as their home province is no longer safe for them. Mike tells them that he is looking for his brothers, as they were all separated when they arrived here. The family eventually takes their leave, and Mike heads out from his campsite as well. But he notices horses approaching. He hides, but soon he realizes that the family might be in danger and decides to go after them. The group on horseback catches up to the family, and their leaders accuses Toshiro of bringing shame to him and his father, who is the daimyo. He orders the soldiers to kill Toshiro and Sakai, and he takes Tai for himself. Mike jumps out and fights the soldiers, He defeats them, but the leader does escape with Tai, saying that she is his bride. Toshiro explains that this man is Tachi, the daimyo Orkai's son. Tai is being forced to marry him, hence why the family is fleeing. Toshiro rules this province that they're in, but if Tai marries Tachi, it would become Tachi's when Toshiro dies. Tachi would then merge the province with his father's territory, bringing his unjust rule with him. Mike tells them to hide as he goes after Tachi. Mike takes out a guard who's hassling a villager and asks the villager for his hat, which he uses as a disguise to enter the city. Mike then goes into a bar and finds a drunken guard to take his uniform. I'm not sure why he didn't take it from the first guard, but oh well. He then approaches Orkai's fortress and takes out the guard at the gate before entering. Inside the fortress, Orkai scolds Tachi. He says that Tachi will wed Tai tomorrow and that Toshiro will be executed. Mike goes downstairs to the dungeons and he takes out a few more guards, but we see someone behind him watching him. Mike finds Tai in the dungeon, but then he's attacked by the person who was following him, who happens to be the executioner. Mike avoids his attack, which takes out the door for him, luckily, of Tai's cell. Mike fights with the executioner and he tells Tai to run. Tai flees, but she runs into Orkai and Tachi. The executioner then walks up to him, only to see that he's actually unconscious and that Mike was carrying him. Orkai sicks some kind of dinosaur he has on Mike, but Mike kills it and then takes out Tachi. He pushes Orkai aside and leaves with Tai. Mike and Tai try to leave, but they're cut off by a bunch of guards. Mike takes them out, but they're surrounded by more men, including Orkai and Tachi. Just then, Toshiro arrives with his army to help Mike. Mike defeats Tachi and Toshiro banishes him and his father. Toshiro's clan invites Mike to stay, but he decides he'll continue looking for his brothers. We see at the end that this was just a story in a comic book that Mike was writing, hence why he was the only hero in it. And so, as I stated, this is probably tied for 12 as my favorite of the solo issues. You know, I generally prefer Eastman's more grounded martial arts focused stories over Laird's more sci-fi heavy narratives. Evidence by the fact that my favorite Laird story is more of a basic TMNT story as well. The final issue in this batch of stories, at least of the canon issues, is issue 13. And so, as I mentioned, this is the first issue not written by Eastman or Laird, but it's not the first guest era issue, as it's still done by Mirage employees Michael Dooney and Steve Levine. So, in the issue, the Turtles arrive at a lake. There's an abandoned cabin with the name Screamin' Ed's written on it. I'm sure that's a reference to something. And apparently Casey suggested that they camp at this spot. I wonder why he wanted them out of the house. Don climbs on top of the cabin where he sees a shooting star. But for some reason, the star diverts its course and almost hits him and ends up crashing into the lake. Turns out it wasn't a shooting star, but a robot suit, which is in rough shape. The robot doesn't want to fight, but that doesn't work for Raph, who hates robots, and he kicks it, causing the head to explode. We then see that there's actually an unconscious woman inside of it. We then see in space, there's a woman and some minions who are after that woman, apparently, and they see that she just crash landed on Earth. They're the ones who attacked her, and this other woman needs to take her out to win some kind of election she's talking about. Back on Earth, the woman, who we soon find out is named Jana, comes to and assumes the Turtles are working for the evil woman, who's named Moriah. They talk her down, and she tells them about her origin. On her homeworld, a leader is elected, but they cannot take office until they defeat the previous leader in one-on-one combat. So it's not really an election then, it's more of a choosing the next competitor. Moriah ambushed her and attempted to kill her, causing her to crash land here. Knowing Moriah will come for her, Jana sends a signal to call home, but this is soon picked up by Moriah, who then heads to Earth. Moriah arrives flanked by a bunch of strange creatures. Jana wants to fight alone, but seeing the creatures, the Turtles hop out to help. We learn that Moriah's family has tyrannically ruled their planet, called Slandon for centuries, and that Mariah is cheated to maintain her position, as these are supposed to be one-on-one fights. With the help of her monsters, Mariah subdues Jana, but Dawn saves her, and apparently they're now in love. I mean, this is the romance of the century. It had so much setup. Leo takes out one of the monsters, and then goes to help Raph with a snake-like creature that just won't die despite their attacks. Eventually, Raph sees water dissolve it, and alerts Leo to this, and they jump into the water, finally killing it. She had this assistant lizard guy who apparently can actually fly, and he grabs Raph, but anticlimactically, Raph just reverses him, and they crash back into the ground. They take out the final minion when Dawn blows him up. With no distractions left, Jana takes on Mariah one-on-one, defeating her, and she brands her face with her beacon. Apparently, the footage is broadcast back to Slandon so that they're aware of her victory. Dawn kind of stares at Jana, but as the turtles sleep, she cuts off her warrior braid, which apparently she doesn't need anymore now that she's a politician, and she lays it on Dawn as he's sleeping. Remember, they're in love. And then she leaves. As Casey and April pick them up, Dawn finds the braid and swoons. So this issue's fine. It's just kind of your basic find someone and help them defeat something evil that happens numerous times with the turtles. It's not particularly bad, but it's not particularly interesting either. I mean, it's almost exactly the same as the upcoming Radical and Complete Carnage story. Leaving behind these solo issues, Eastman and Laird would, for the most part, turn over writing to either other Mirage employees or, for the most part, guest writers. They would return to write 2 more story arcs, one of which is a 3-issue story arc known as Return to New York, and then the other one is a 15-issue story arc called City at War, or as Eastman and Laird like to say, a 13-issue story arc with 2 issues of prelude. So these are the 2 arcs that finish out the Foot Saga in a very real way. And to me, they're almost kind of the end of Mirage TMNT, as this is the last time we'd see Eastman and Laird work together. For Volume 2, longtime TMNT artist Jim Lawson would take over and write it himself, along with doing all the art. Eastman would eventually sell his stock in Mirage, and Laird and Lawson would then go on to work on Volume 4 without Eastman. So in this next section, I'm going to cover the Return to New York story arc. Then, before going into City at War, we're going to take a look at Volume 1 of the Tales of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, which has 7 issues, as well as the final canon issues before City at War, which will be issues 27, 28, and then 45 through 47. As stated previously, Return to New York is a 3-issue story arc that takes place in issues 19, 20, and 21. This is kind of also where we start to see Jim Lawson kind of take over doing the pencils for the comics and kind of develop the style and look of the Turtles comics going forward. It's a story in where the Turtles finally return to New York City to take on Shredder and the Foot Clan. The story begins with Raph sleeping in a sewer. We see a newspaper with a date that says December 23rd, 1988, meaning it's been 2 years since the Turtles originally left the city. We then go back in time a bit to Northampton. The Turtles are chilling in the farmhouse barn when Raph yells that he can't take it anymore. Apparently, such outbursts have become more common. He says that Northampton is driving him crazy and that it's been a year since Shredder drove them out of the city, meaning that it's about a year before we saw Raph in the sewers. They need to go back and finish business. He says that Leo is no longer fit to be the leader, which Leo hears as he enters the barn. Raph berates Leo about his inaction, causing Leo to draw his sword and point it at Raph, declaring that it's not time to go back yet, and that he will decide when they're ready. Raph goes at Leo some more, calling him a coward and saying that he'll go back alone if he has to. Then the 2 turtles start fighting. Leo does gain the upper hand, but he hesitates. Raph takes advantage of this and throws him through the barn wall. Raph then leaves as Dawn checks on Leo. Mike tries to stop Raph, but to no avail. We go back to the present now. we see Raph sleeping as Foot Ninja patrol the sewers. Raph wakes up and he hides before they find him. Raph decides to follow them to see where they're going, but he's soon ambushed by the Foot, who attack him with shurikens. Raph takes down all but one, who he has to chase down. Once he catches him up to him, he takes him out too. But he's found by another group of Foot. And then Raph is able to manage to take them down as well. But he suddenly hears a noise, which he decides to follow. And then we see him facing down a large creature. Going back to the other three turtles, we see that they're also in New York as well. And they go back to their old lair, where they find Raph sitting there with a Triceraton. The Triceraton is rambling incoherently and wandering around as the turtles follow. He somehow finds a Foot communication center in the sewers and attacks it. The turtles join in and help. We learn that the Triceraton, named Zog, has suffered brain damage from being on Earth without breathable air for him. He now thinks that Raph is his commander, Zorath, and he does whatever Raph tells him to do. He is very volatile, though, and Raph only has so much control over him. Having taken out the Foot, Don hacks into their network and locates their main operations complex, which is located in a place called Hudson Block. It's connected to a series of outposts throughout the underground tunnel system. Don locates an entry point to the complex through the United Savings Bank. He then activates the infiltration alarms in all their other outposts, hoping to draw most of the Foot forces away from the complex. The group makes their way to the bank through the sewers, and Zog uses his laser gun to cut through the bank walls. Once they're in the bank, Zog cuts through lockboxes, which leads to a large storage area in the Foot complex. There's still some Foot ninja present, even though most have gone to the other complexes. Turtles want to ambush the Foot, but Zog, being a Triceraton, runs in headfirst and attacks, blowing their cover. Zog takes out the Foot, but they go through a doorway where they're cut off by a different large group of Foot. They once again take them out, and Zog is attacking wildly, and he almost shoots Don. They continue on and find themselves in a loading bay. They take out the Foot and commandeer one of their trucks. They drive through the facility and wind up in another loading bay, but these Foot don't fuck around, and they pull out machine guns and start shooting. I love this. They crash the truck and start fighting. Zog is fighting like a madman, taking out numerous Foot ninja, but he's getting shot a lot. The Turtles and Zog manage to fight their way through the Foot. Zog leads the charge, but he's barely still on his feet. He walks through a doorway only to be killed by what looks like a Shredder. The Turtles follow Zog, only to find him dead, and then they see 3 mutant creatures wearing the same armor as Shredder. The Turtles attack them. Leo cuts one of their arms off, and we see worms falling out of the wound. Raph, wanting to fight the real Shredder, runs off on his own. He's eventually stopped by 4 of the Foot Elite Ninja outside of Shredder's room. Leo kills one of the clones and goes after Raph. Don and Mike continue to fight the other 2. Raph is taken down by the Elite Guard, and he's about to be killed when Leo arrives and takes out all 4 by himself. What a badass. Raph tells Leo to go ahead, and he heads back to help Don and Mike, learning to work as a team. Don's hanging onto some cables, and he almost gets knocked off of them by one of the Shredder mutants. Mike manages to grab Don's bow, and he hits the smaller Shredder into the other one, knocking them both into some kind of chemical vats, killing both of them seemingly. More Foot with guns arrive, and they start shooting at Don. Leo finds Shredder's room, which is guarded by another Elite. Leo takes him out and enters. At the same time, Don and Mike are pinned down by the machine gun fire from the Foot Clan. They use shurikens to take out a few of them, but they're trapped, really. Raph finds them, and he tries to come up with a way to save them. We cut back to Shredder's room, where we see 2 katanas placed on the floor. Leo then challenges Shredder just as in the way he did when Shredder first appeared on the roof. And Shredder pops out and he accepts. He explains that the Foot resurrected him through a combination of magic and science. There's supposedly a species of worms that can become what they eat and join together into a larger being. These worms ate pieces of Shredder and became Shredder, thus essentially resurrecting him. So Shredder mentions that the three creatures that they were fighting before were previous failed attempts to bring Shredder back. And, this is definitely on the weirder side of TMNT, but it's not too weird for me. That doesn't happen until Volume 4. You will all be begging for the magic worms when you see what happens in Volume 4. Shredder looks forward to finally having his revenge. He removes his armor and grabs the katanas, facing down Leo. We see these odd marks all over his body, probably the worms moving within him. Back with the other three turtles, Raph drives some kind of robot thing into the foot gunners and takes them out. Then we see Leo and Raph begin fighting. Shredder knocks Leo down and says that he cannot die. He hits Leo in the face, but Leo manages to break one of his swords. Shredder's clearly winning, though, and he kicks Leo through a window. Back with the others, Raph misses one of the gunners, but Mike manages to take him out. Raph then finds a rocket launcher and shoots it at some towers, hoping to stop any reinforcements. A bunch of chemicals spill out all over the towers. Leo and Shredder jump at each other, and Shredder lands a hit on Leo. Shredder then kicks him to the ground and is about to take him out when the chemicals come flying at them, splitting the ground between them. The other turtles plan to go help Leo as the chemicals catch fire, but they end up being attacked by more Foot Ninja. They defeat them, but an explosion knocks them away. Leo and Shredder jump at each other one more time, and Leo manages to cut Shredder's head off, killing him. The building explodes, but the turtles are able to escape to the sewers. Leo arrives sometime later at the lair, where the other three are waiting, carrying Saki's body with him, and announces that the Shredder is dead. The turtles then burn Shredder's body, which they send floating on a boat down the river, marking the bank with Shredder's helmet and sword. This was phenomenal. It's a great story, and it plays off Leo and Raph's arcs very well. Leo regains his fighting spirit and the will to lead. Raph accepts Leo as his leader and stops asking rashly, learns he has to work with a team. He's also able to save Mike and Don because he took the time to come up with a plan rather than just jumping right in. Shredder's finally defeated and the turtles are safe, at least for now. This arc was also a ton of fun. Leo and Shredder's fight was excellent, and fighting machine gun wielding Foot Ninja while using a living Triceraton as a battering ram is just the kind of crazy that I needed from TMNT. The worm thing may be a bridge too far for some, but it didn't really bother me. Mysticism and weird sci-fi stuff has always been a part of this series. And so that's the last major story arc before going into City at War. City at War is much longer than any of the story arcs we've seen so far. But before we get into it, there are some things that we got to cover. As I've kind of mentioned at this point, I've mentioned the series called Tales of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. So at some point during Mirage's run, they created a spin-off series called the Tales of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. I'm just going to say Tales of the TMNT going forward. These issues were kind of to do more side stories, play with characters that maybe don't show up in the main story as much. As these tend to be written by Mirage employees, or in the case of Volume 1, a lot of them are written by Eastman and Laird. They are canon to the TMNT story, especially since we see most of these characters return later on. So before covering City at War, I'm going to cover Volume 1 of the Tales of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. There is a Volume 2, which I'm not going to cover because there's 71 of them, but it was released alongside Volume 4. I'm only going to reference a couple of them because they give relevant information to the main story of Volume 4. But suffice it to say, I plan to do some kind of bonus episodes once I'm done with this series. And one of those is going to be on the rest of Mirage, where I'll cover my favorites of the guest issues, Tales Volume 2, and then any of the other side stories that I might have liked as well. Along with Volume 1 of Tales of the TMNT, there's also 5 more canon issues written by Mirage employees. 27, 28, and then 45 through 47. So one thing is, not every single one of these tales is going to play directly into City at War. but they all, for the most part, introduce iconic characters that I want to cover and will appear at other parts in the story. And so basically the order that I'm going to cover these in, so as I stated, this section is going to be the 7 issues of Tales of the TMNT and then the 5 remaining canon issues. And so basically the order that I'm going to cover these in, so as I stated, this section is going to be the 7 issues of Tales of the TMNT and then the 5 remaining canon issues. Luckily for us, 4 of these 5 issues are direct sequels to one of the Tales stories. So I can just cover them right after the tale that they're a sequel to. The only exception is issue 28. So again, even though it doesn't make sense always to go out of order, I'm just going to cover that one last. Like with the solo issues, these are mostly side stories, and so it doesn't really matter that we're going to cover them out of order. And so, starting now into the Tales of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Eastman and Laird write the first few stories, but we also see some of the stories are written by Jim Lawson, Ryan Brown, who would go on to be one of the main figures of the TMNT Adventures or Archie comics, and also is the creator of the Wild West Cowboys of Moo Mesa. As stated, these are side stories, but they do introduce several iconic characters in the TMNT canon, such as the Vigilante Nobody, Crocodile Mutant Leatherhead, and Violent Psychopath the Rat King. The first issue of Tales, which is called simply A Tale of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, was written by Eastman and Laird. In it, we meet Casey's cousin Sid, who gathers a group of men to go to the farmhouse. He's looking for a stash of money that their grandfather supposedly hid somewhere on the property. The money's from a train heist that he did several years ago, so I guess Casey would beat the shit out of his grandfather if he ever saw him. Sid and his goons arrive and they grab Casey and demand to know where the stash is. But Casey says that their grandpa got rid of it before he died. Sid doesn't believe this, though. The Turtles honk their car horn to try to draw Sid and his men out, of whom there are 4, luckily. And so they each take out one of them. They honk the horn again, which distracts Sid long enough to allow Casey to take him down. Casey decides not to call the cops since he's his cousin, and he doesn't want him to go to jail. And Sid recounts their grandfather's last words, which were X marks the spot. Casey remembers, though, that they adopted a stray dog named Spot one summer, but he unfortunately got sick and died. They buried him behind the barn and marked his grave with some of the foundation stones of the barn. Casey moves these rocks and finds a box. Sid and Casey then fight over it, but it busts open, and we see it's full of receipts. Turns out that Casey's grandmother, who was upset about the stolen money, donated all of it after their grandfather died. The next issue is of a little more consequence, which is entitled Nobody's Fool, and it introduces the vigilante named Nobody, who would later appear in the TMNT 03 show, as well as IDW Comics. The Turtles have started taking trips down to Springfield, Massachusetts, as it's a city that gives them some buildings to jump around on, and it feels more like home, and there's more crime than what occurs in Northampton. There's news reports, and apparently Springfield police have been receiving anonymous tips that have led to several arrests and convictions. In Springfield, the Turtles are visiting some tourist spots when they suddenly hear gunfire. They go and check it out and run into a masked man who has a gunshot wound, and he asks them for their help. His wound's not life-threatening, but he has to treat it, and he asks that the Turtles follow a truck for him to find out where it's going. They hesitate, but he tells them that he's a cop, and he shows them his badge. He'll meet them under a bridge on a place called the Bond Island Bridge at dawn to explain more. The Turtles hop onto the truck, which goes to a place called BFR Trucking. They meet Nobody at the bridge later, and while they still don't really trust him, they tell him about BFR Trucking. He tells them to meet him the next night under this same bridge, and he'll explain things more fully. The Turtles come, but Leo approaches Nobody alone. Nobody then explains that he's been investigating a salvage company that has no information about its owner for some reason. He saw them unloading a truck, and when he approached it, he was shot by security guards. He looked into BFR Trucking and found that their biggest account is a company called Ruffington Arms, which itself has a big government contracts. The truck he saw at the salvage company was also at Ruffington, and it was loaded up there before heading to the salvage company. The Turtles ultimately decide to help nobody. The group enters the salvage company and see employees loading up some crates. They manage to pull a crate up to the roof to them, which they see is containing some kind of large rifle. Nobody goes to inform the police, but he sees a bunch of weapons being loaded onto a barge and decides to act. The Turtles, also acting, enter the warehouse and take out the guards. A helicopter comes to pick up the crates off the barge, but nobody shoots it down with a gun. The cops arrive, and apparently Ruffington was making these weapons for the government and selling the excess on the black market. Leo wonders where nobody is, and we see him watching the Turtles leave, and he thanks them. The third tale is called All Hallows Thieves. It's set in the past when everyone was still living in New York, and April's apartment building and the second time around shop were still intact. So obviously the story also takes place around Halloween. We see two men flying to New York in search of some kind of idol, which they call the thieving god idol. And apparently it gives the wielder of it the power over the idol and the thieving demons that are within it, which allows you to steal anything. The ringleader claims to be a descendant of someone called the King of Thieves, but there's a catch. The only way to obtain the idol's power is to steal it. The idol just happens to be in second time around. The two men recruit some homeless guys to help them out. Ringleader enters the shop and he verifies that the idol is there. Then, at some point later, three homeless men in monster masks break into the shop to steal it. The star alarm goes off, and one of the turtles, Don, according to the Turtle Wiki, I'm not sure how they know, but I have no reason to doubt that that's true, goes to check it out as the others continue to carve pumpkins. He finds the three men, and they aren't much of a threat, but one pushes a bookcase on top of him, allowing two of them to escape. They question the remaining thief, and he tells them that they were taking the idol to the Blue Star Hotel, but suddenly he chokes to death. We see the other two men also choke to death after giving Ringleader the idol. Apparently he gave them all a slow-acting poison. The Turtles get to the hotel and bust into Ringleader's room, who is performing some kind of ritual, and demand that he pay for the idol. Really, that's all that they wanted, $5 for the idol. The thieving demons pop out and attack the Turtles as the two men flee. The demons go outside and immediately begin looting. Ringleader finishes the incantation, and the idol grows and animates. Ringleader orders it to attack the Turtles. It fights with the Turtles and keeps stealing their weapons, being a thieving idol. They cannot really do any damage to it, so what they decide to do is lure it onto the roof, and then they lay their remaining weapons on the edge, knowing that it will have to steal them. Once the idol goes to grab them, they knock it off the roof, and it slams through the cement and hits a power line, causing a massive explosion. The demons disappear, and the two men try to flee, but Don stops them, and they end up getting arrested, as they have a bunch of stolen items that the demons brought back to them. The Turtles are even able to talk to the cops, who just assume they're in costume. We now arrive at issue 4, I Monster, and this is the first tale not written by Eastman or Laird, and it's actually written by Jim Lawson. This is also the first appearance of the Rat King, who is one of the most iconic characters in TMNT and appears in pretty much every iteration going forward. So we see the Rat King. He's wrapped in moss and vines, moving from his old home in the swamp into his new home, which is an abandoned factory. The Turtles and Casey sometime later arrive at this factory during the day to investigate the area as it's supposed to be haunted. The Rat King observes them and can tell just from the look of them that they're formidable opponents. He believes that he's some kind of like weird monster and that these monsters are here to replace him. Apparently, everything fears him except for the rats. The Turtles are alarmed by how clean the place is for being abandoned. There's no litter or vandalism, almost as if nobody comes here. Mike notices something and he leaves the rest of the group, but he's ambushed by the Rat King and captured. The Rat King ties him up and says that if Mike survives the night, he will talk to him tomorrow. Mike yells, trying to get the attention of everyone else. Night falls, and the Rat King watches the group from the top of a smokestack. Mike is eventually surrounded by a bunch of rats, and he frees one of his hands and fights off the rats until his brothers and Casey find him and help him take them out. Mike tells them about the Rat King and points him out. He flees and they chase him. As Mike tries to warn them that this is probably a trap, they follow him anyway and end up in a roofless building, which he locks behind them. He mentions that he has been feeding the rats here and that they've come to expect food whenever something trots into this building. We then see the rats pour out of the walls. The group tries to fight them off, but there's far too many. Mike just suddenly decides to bust through the wall, and the others follow through the opening that he creates. Leo then throws a shuriken at the Rat King and just knocks him off the top of the wall, landing among the rats. It's funny because no other version of Leo would have been that petty. He declares himself the Rat King, as they're the only things that don't fear him, and we see the rats kind of crawl all over him. Issue 5 of the Tales of the TMNT is co-written by Jim Lawson and Ryan Brown, and it's called Complete Carnage and Radical. This is the introduction of the superhero Radical and his supervillain, Complete Carnage. They mostly appear in side stories such as Future Tales, but Radical does make a brief cameo in Volume 4, and obviously she appears in the sequel issue to this volume, which is issue 27. This is another story set in New York City in the past. Complete Carnage is wandering around New York City. He's almost done with a plan to take out his greatest enemy. We then learn his origin. He was a construction worker who was struck by lightning while doing a job installing steel rods into a concrete wall. A young woman was apparently struck by the same lightning bolt in Central Park. Both of them gained powers from this. He became a villain and she became a hero. They both have typical powers, like flight, super strength, etc. But she also has control over energy. She would always defeat him whenever they fought. Most recently, she planned to throw him to the North Pole, but he ends up crashing into a plane and instead landed in upstate New York with a Zen Taoist cult, and they believe that he was their prophet, whose arrival was foretold in their holy text. They then train him in Eastern philosophy and martial arts, and he soon discovers his actual powers, which is the ability to phase in and out of man-made construction materials. Also, he can absorb the energy from these materials. The amount of energy he's able to take from them depends on the size. He's honed these skills to a craft now at this point, and he can now phase in and out of concrete and steel basically at will. So before leaving the temple, he steals all of its energy, destroying it, and then he returns to the city to face Radical. Once he arrives at the city, he begins absorbing energy all over the place. Radical can normally sense him, but he's since learned to cloak his energy. He then attacks Radical, who's doing her day job as a bicycle courier, and they begin fighting. The Turtles witness the fight, recognizing that they want to help. April rams Carnage with her van before he can take out Radical, but she knocks him into a wall. He phases into it and then pops out and knocks out Radical, who he grabs and flees, promising to return for our group. They chase after him and end up at Dooney Construction Products. I assume this is a reference to Michael Dooney. Complete Carnage is encasing Radical in concrete, and that he plans to phase into that concrete and take her energy. He believes that by doing this, he'll be able to take her powers. The Turtles then ambush him and free Radical. They fight him, and it's not going well. They're surrounded by too much man-made material. But Radical manages to rip off his arm. The Turtles tell her to not drop it, as he'll just reabsorb it. So she flies with it to Central Park, away from the building. They fight some more, and eventually Radical shoots Carnage with a particle beam, which causes an explosion. Turtles cannot find Radical afterward, but they're surrounded by cement chips, which they assume to be the remains of Complete Carnage. To prevent him from reforming, they pack the scraps individually and mail them to different locations in the U.S., marketing them as pieces of the Big Apple. At the end, Complete Carnage's arm is seen, and it's sentient, longing to reunite with its body. As I stated, a lot of these tales have direct sequels, and issue 27 of Volume 1, entitled Dreams of a Stone, serves as a sequel to this tale 5. In this issue, Don has a dream where he meets Radical's grandfather. So apparently he was a powerful shaman before he died. He saw Radical fighting Complete Carnage, and he talks about how their battle represents the struggle between nature and man, indigenous people and European colonizers. Don runs to help Radical and then wakes up. We learn that the other turtles all had similar dreams. Elsewhere, Radical and Complete Carnage lay exhausted after fighting. They somehow saw Don, and Complete Carnage cursed him for interfering before phasing the highway and fleeing. The Turtles talk to Splinter about their dreams, and he also had a dream where he saw peace, destruction, and a neon buffalo. Apparently, Casey told Leo about some neon buffalo he saw in rural Massachusetts, and the Turtles head for it. Splinter told them that the neon sign is just past Buffalo Rock, or a rock shaped like a buffalo, obviously. They find it and see Radical, who they assumed was dead after she disappeared in the park. She doesn't know why she's in Massachusetts, as she currently works and lives in New York. And she tells them that she saw Dawn in something that she calls the dreamscape. And Dawn reasons that her grandfather, who apparently has been dead for 10 years, brought him there. Complete Carnage ends up in Springfield. He flips out when he sees a sign with Radical written on it. Since the buildings there are so old, he has trouble absorbing energy from them, and he thus remains weak. Radical feels the power of this land and knows that her grandfather chose it for her battle with Complete Carnage for a reason. She meditates to find some answers. She calls on the spirits to guide her, and a Thunderbird appears in the fire. It basically just says that she's on her own and that she has the power already to win this, and that her grandfather gave her strong allies in the Turtles. Radical and the Turtles form a plan. She will lure him into the into a Dreamvale portal to the real world, and that will transport him to this land. Apparently, this land has the power to hold him. Complete Carnage fights to stay awake, as he doesn't want to end up in the dreamscape with Radical, but he eventually can't take it and falls asleep. Before heading out into the dreamscape, Radical explains her powers. She originally assumed that her powers were something like radioactivity or lightning, like in the comic books, but when she used what she called her particle beam on Complete Carnage, they were transported into the dreamscape for a brief moment. That's why they disappeared. She started having dreams about her childhood and a boy who worked for her grandfather. He was a dick, and he tried to hurt some beavers that her grandfather said were the children of the great white grandfather beaver, who was a sacred being to their people. Radical stopped him from hurting the beavers, and the boy ran away. She figured out that this boy must have been Complete Carnage, and that day he was cursed, and as she stood up to him, she was chosen to be the one to defeat him. She was given Thunderbird powers, or power over nature itself. After that backstory, Radical enters the dreamscape and lures Complete Carnage into the sacred clearing. She and the Turtles fight him, but he's very powerful. They can't let him touch the nearby road or he'll become too powerful to defeat. Radical tries to hold off Complete Carnage, but he eventually reaches the road. Dawn, through the help of a spell, calls upon Coyote for help as Complete Carnage drags Radical into the road, and the road turns into water, which destroys Complete Carnage. I know I haven't really been individually reviewing the issues like in this section, but I do feel the need to do this one because I feel like this was the first one that I would really say was bad. There's way too much happening. There's way too much information given, and it's hard to follow at times. It's also pretty racist, very much exoticizing indigenous people. I know it's early 90s, late 80s, and it's not like the ill-intentioned, malicious type of racism, but it is still hard to go back to. Unless you're really invested in the story between Radical and Complete Carnage, which they're side characters, I don't see why you would be. And you have the patience to untangle this mess of a story while dealing with a lot of the inadvertent racism within it. I would probably skip this one. Issue 6 of Tales of the TMNT is titled Leatherhead, and it's written by Ryan Brown. It obviously introduces Leatherhead, a mutant alligator that has appeared in many different versions of TMNT, both as a protagonist, antagonist, and anti-hero. At the beginning of this issue, we see a poacher, big game hunter, who's named Mr. Marlin, and he's hunting elephants in Africa, and he just killed the last Madagascan blue elephant, which I assume isn't a real animal, but who knows. He's craving different prey, and he's heard rumors of a large alligator living in New York City, and so he decides to head there to hunt it. As he leaves in a helicopter, he drops a newspaper clipping that mentions the creature, and then we see a young soldier who was chasing Dr. Marlin happen upon the newspaper clipping. Back in New York City, we see the Turtles fight some foot ninja, and they chase them into the sewers, where an alligator is watching them. Mr. Marlin and the soldier soon arrive in the city as well, and both head into the sewers. The Turtles soon run into Marlin, who decides to hunt them as well, thinking there are some exotic creatures. They escape from Marlin, only to run into more foot ninja. As Don, Leo, and Raph fight the foot, Mike watches for Marlin. They end up finding a secret passage in the wall just as Marlin arrives, who shoots and kills a foot ninja. The turtles look around this new room that they've happened to land in, and we see a small living space that's filled with TCRI tech. Marlin soon bursts through the wall, but then an alligator mutant pops out, the same one that was watching the turtles, which, despite talking a big game, causes Marlin to faint. The turtles are on guard, but the alligator diffuses the situation. He tells them that he was a baby alligator in the sewers, probably someone's exotic pet who was set free, when he was found by the Utroms. They studied him, but they accidentally exposed him to the mutagen, much like the turtles, which caused him to take his current form. Since the Utroms do not believe in tampering with native life forms on the planets they go to, they let him stay with them, and they name him Leatherhead. Despite living with the Utroms, he was largely given free rein to wander around and do what he wanted, and so he would often go to the sewers, sometimes for days at a time. One day, when Leatherhead returned to TCRI, he found the building destroyed and the Utroms gone, as occurred in issue 7, when the turtles returned to Earth. He began salvaging TCRI tech to build a communicator to contact them. He asked the turtles if they are connected to them, which they explained that they were mutated by the same ooze, but they live amongst the humans instead of the Utroms. Marlin arrives again, and he opens fire on the group as they flee. They cross this bridge-like structure, and Leatherhead takes it out so that Marlin can't follow them. But he readies to shoot them. Suddenly, the young soldier appears and he throws a knife, which hits Marlin in the hand and severs his tendon that operates his trigger finger, so he can never shoot a gun again. The soldier tries to apprehend Marlin, but he backs up and ends up falling into this big pit, presumably to his death. In an epilogue, the turtles take Leatherhead to their old lair so that he can live there since his old home was discovered. That's the beginning of Leatherhead. We see, though, he has another appearance in issue 45 of Mirage Volume 1, which is titled Leatherhead 2, but TOO instead of TWO. So this issue begins with an homage to issue 1, where the turtles are fighting a group of foot. This time, instead of Leo narrating, it's Raph. And it's great to see the contrast in their personalities. So while Leo was very intense, precise, and descriptive in issue 1, here Raph gets right to the point. So we find out that the turtles are patrolling New York to see how bad things have gotten without Shredder. Because if you remember, actually I don't know if I've mentioned this yet, but for whatever reason after they defeated Shredder, they decided to stay in Northampton. I mean, you've probably picked that up because issue 27 takes place in Northampton, but yeah, so they didn't end up returning to New York even after they returned to New York. So as mentioned, they're now patrolling the city to see how bad things have gotten. And so we learn that the Foot are disorganized and scattered, and they're committing random acts of violence. And we also see that a lot of them aren't wearing the typical Foot uniforms anymore. They're adding their own flares to it. And this is the third time that the turtles have been attacked just tonight. Because since the Foot have no central leader, they're just kind of going ham on everybody. But the turtles also came back to the city because they wanted to check on Leatherhead. As the turtles look for Leatherhead in their old lair, we also see a group of Foot Ninja hiding from the turtles in the sewers. And yes, they understand the irony of this. They still want to take out the turtles, it's just they don't really have any direction or know how to. So these guys aren't very smart, as we're going to soon see. And they feel like they need a new master to really lead them, because they're not self-starters in any way. So the Foot Ninja remember that the turtles have an old lair somewhere in the sewers, and they think it would be good to rest and hide there. Like I said, they're not exactly the brightest guys. It's locked when they arrive, and they don't really find that suspicious, so they just decide to break in, where they obviously run into Leatherhead. Leatherhead kicks their asses, but one of them is able to beg Leatherhead to stop and become their new master. So in their mind, Leatherhead is their new master, but in Leatherhead's mind, they're kind of more like his lab assistants. And so since Leatherhead's so lonely, he takes them under his wing, kind of taking a liking to them. We also learned that you see that he has a scar over his eye now, that he had a fight with the foot at some points that took out that eye. So he tells these foot ninja his origin and how he's trying to find a way back to the Utroms. But as he's working on delicate machinery and circuitry, his large fingers prevent him from finishing the transmat device that he's working on. And so because of this, he wants the foot to help him. They think he's delusional, think he's making up the whole thing about aliens, but they agree to help him anyway, hoping that they can convince him to become their leader and take out the turtles. So while Leatherhead leaves the lair to go get some supplies that he has in another location, the turtles arrive at their lair and they face down with the foot. But before anything goes down, Leatherhead comes back and he diffuses things. He gets everyone to help, and they actually finish the transmat rather quickly. But the kind of like main foot guy, the one who's been narrating for them, removed a small but necessary piece, as he describes it, from the transmat. And once they activate it, it explodes. Leatherhead obviously flies off the handle at this, losing his only opportunity he had to return home in his mind. And he attacks the turtles and the foot before he eventually runs off, swearing to have revenge. The turtles feel bad for Leatherhead, knowing that he's always going to be alone, because as alone as they feel, they at least have each other. So that's kind of where we leave Leatherhead in Volume 1. The final tale we have is Tale 7, and we see the return of Savanti Romero and Rennet. And this story was written by Peter Laird. So in the beginning of issue 7 of Tales of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, the Turtles and Aprils are in a museum and they're looking at fossils. But suddenly, the fossils take the shape of Savanti Romero's face. He decides to challenge the Turtles to a fight, and the Turtles decide to find a way to go back in time and stop him for good. As they are plotting, Rennet arrives, thus giving them a way to go back in time. Lord Simultaneous apparently sent her to help the Turtles as a final exam so that she can graduate from an apprentice timestress. As she goes over the long title that she'd have now, we see that she still wouldn't be a full-fledged timestress, at least at this time. Mike questions if they even need to go back to fight Savanti Romero, since he's in the past and they're here, meaning that they already succeeded. But Don says that they should go back anyway. Rennet uses her new digital scepter to send them all back to the Cretaceous period where Savanti Romero is. When they arrive, they're approached by a small group of Deinonychus dinosaurs, and soon Savanti Romero riding a T-Rex comes to confront them as well. The T-Rex attacks at Rennet, but Leo saves her at the last second, and they jump onto a Triceratops. Raph jumps onto the T-Rex to try to take it down, which scares off one of the Deinonychus, but the rest stay. Leo guides the Triceratops, which then gores and kills the T-Rex. I was a little confused as to what happened, because you just kind of see it run at it, then all of a sudden it's on the ground. But according to the Turtle Wiki page, it gored it. So Savanti Romero manages to escape on a pterodactyl in spite of this, and he grabs Rennet. The Turtles pursue him, and they find this giant structure made out of bones. The Turtles scale it, as they assume that's where Savanti and Rennet are. They are obviously correct, and Savanti has Rennet, and he's taken her scepter and he's tied her up into this like circle at the center of the structure. He's also got the scepter hung up over her, held in place by like this branch type thing, branch of bones. Soon, he explains that the scepter will be struck by lightning and it will release a ton of energy that will kill Rennet and slow the Earth's revolution, causing the asteroid that killed the dinosaurs to miss the planet, meaning that they won't die out. Savanti absorbs some of these bones into himself, creating armor and weapons, and he begins to fight the turtles. Leo goes to save Rennet as the other turtles fight Savanti. Leo is obviously able to save Rennet, and then he tries to grab the scepter. Savanti, seeing this, tries to stop him, but as Savanti grabs the scepter, the lightning strikes, and Leo is able to jump out of the way. Savanti Romero seemingly dies, and the scepter is just gone. They don't know where it went. And so they just assume it was destroyed. And now, without Savanti's magic, the structure begins to crumble. And so our team manages to get down in time before they fall to their deaths. With no way to return home, the group adjusts to life in the Cretaceous. But after 3 months, they find the scepter. Apparently it wasn't destroyed, and it was in the belly of a large fish they caught. So they ultimately are able to return home. I mean, kind of easy way to get out of that. It almost seems pointless to have lost the scepter in the first place, but I digress. And next, we move on to issues 46 and 47 of Mirage, which are titled Masks Part 1 and 2. And they serve as sequels to the 7th tale. So if you're keeping track at home, this will be the third and fourth appearance of Renet and Savanti Romero. And they're set in Japan in 1373. We see that there's this dinosaur samurai guy. So the samurai is named Chote, or maybe it's Chote. I don't know. I'm just going to say Chote. And he reports to his master, whose identity is supposed to be a mystery. I mean, it's obviously Savanti Romero, though. And his master, or Savanti Romero, asks about the progress of their conflict with someone named Oraga. And it's not going well, and it seems that they'll soon be overrun by Oraga and his ever-growing roster of allies. Savanti has lost most of his magic power and is using what little he has left to attack Oraga's mind. He hopes to steal his knowledge as a way to escape the time period. This is when we find out that Oraga is Hattori Gosei's ancestor and a member of the Gosei samurai clan. So Savanti wants to steal the family's knowledge and secrets by gaining control of their ancestral mind link. In modern day, Hattori has been feeling bad, and he goes to Splinter and the Turtles to seek their help. Splinter looks into his mind and he sees what's happening. So Splinter wants the Turtles to go back to the past to stop Savanti Romero, and right on cue, Renet appears to help the Turtles as they're next on her list of jobs. She's now a full-fledged time mistress, or timestress. And we also get like a little Easter egg just thrown in there that she's helping them in between helping Sarah Connor and Marty McFly. Renet warps them back in time, where they see Chote taking on scores of Gosei men. Raph and the other Turtles decide to join in, which forces Chote to retreat. The Turtles then talk to the leader of the forces, whose name is Mito Toraga, and explain that they're there to help their master. Chote returns to Savanti Romero and advises him to flee from the province. The problem is Savanti Romero must be close to Oraga to complete the spell to steal the Gosei mind link. So Chote then tells Savanti Romero about the Turtles and Renet, which obviously sets him off into a rage, and he hits Chote and tells him to go find them. Chote's angry, but he doesn't talk back and he agrees to go. We cut back to the Turtles, and Renet decides to try to do things on her own for a little bit. And the Turtles continue to talk to Toraga, or Mito. They're asking for help in locating Savanti Romero, but the samurai blow them off. They want to return home to their alien master. Raph starts a fight, which Leo has to break up. And ultimately, having nowhere else to go, the Turtles just head back with the Gosei clan. We see that Renet now is having some weird deja vu, so she wanted to do some solo investigating. Unfortunately, she's almost immediately captured by Chote. But luckily, she's not the same incompetent apprentice that she used to be, and she tells her scepter to leave. Which it does, but it promises to return. After a quick check-in with Splinter and Hattori, who we see is still in a rough shape, we go back to the Turtles, who have just arrived at Gosei Castle and are waiting to receive an audience with Oraga. Eventually, Mito informs them that Oraga will see them tomorrow. Chote is still on his way to Savanti Romero, and Renet is already getting on his nerves, as she tends to do with people. They arrive at the fortress, and he goes in to inform Savanti Romero that he's captured her, but he's upset that the time scepter is gone. The Turtles then meet with Uraga, and it's an incredibly brief meeting as he experiences a severe attack while he talks to them. Apparently, Savante Romero has almost finished him off. The Turtles ask Mito where the wizard is, but apparently only Uraga can tell them and approve that they go there. So they just have to wait around until he's well enough to be able to see them again. Chote now brings Rennet before Savante Romero, and she doesn't recognize him. And I get he's wearing a mask, but it looks exactly the same as his face. So I don't understand. I wonder if this was meant to be a joke. Because of this, she's surprised that he knows her name. He's upset that the scepter was sent away, but Chote heard the scepter saying it will return. So he's content to wait until it does. The Turtles start to get bored and restless and frustrated as Mito will not let them see Uraga or tell them where the wizard is. With all their downtime, Raph decides to start sparring with these two Ronin who are in the camp, named Oshi and Sato. Raph gets impatient, and he decides to set off on his own, taking Oshi and Sato with him to go look for the wizard. But before he leaves, he's able to snag the weapons for all the other turtles, and he hides them in their bed for them to find. The other turtles gear up and follow. Raph and his two goons arrive at the fortress, only to find that it's been destroyed. Apparently, they fled and destroyed it, knowing that they would be found soon. Oshi then finds tracks heading towards some caves, so they head off that way, and Raph writes a note for Leo, and he draws an arrow pointing to where they're going. We see that Savante Romero, Chote, and Rennet are in the caves now, and Rennet tries to reason with Chote, as she can tell that he's not evil, but as a samurai, he can never betray his master. Thus, he won't turn on him. As Raph and his two guys enter the cave, Chote smells them and heads off to cut them off. Chote finds them and he attacks, and he easily takes down the two Ronin. And then suddenly, Rennet's scepter also returns, and Savante Romero is able to grab it. Chote has the upper hand on Raph, but the other turtles soon arrive and are able to take him out. Savante Romero then comes out to face them with the scepter, and they also don't recognize him. I mean, come on, guys. He finally shows himself. He explains that when he was struck by lightning, it mixed with his magic and put him in a suspended animation. He awakened a few years ago from where we are in Japan, but that used up most of his magic, and without that, he was stranded here, and he needs the Gosei mind link to escape. That is, until the scepter was brought to him. We see Rennet appear, and she easily reflects an attack from the scepter back at Savante Romero, causing him to disappear. So yeah, Rennet's just a badass now. She's just does the same thing that Lord Simultaneous did to Savante Romero in issue 8. We learn that the scepter went to Savante Romero on purpose so that they could pull off this particular maneuver. Masterless, Chote decides to become a Ronin, so Rennet sends the turtles home, where Hattori is now fully recovered. Savante Romero is back in prehistoric times, and Rennet sends Chote to some faraway planet where he can fit in better. The issue ends with Oshi and Sato talking about and wanting to discover more secret arts. And they plan to have others eventually join in with them. And since the journey starts with a single step, they will call their new group The Foot. So yes, Raphael paradoxically created the Foot Clan. And the funniest part about this is because Raph is the one who hates the Foot Clan the most. And so that was the two-part story, Masks, that served as the third entry in the story of Savante Romero and Rennet. These stories are always a lot of fun. Now we arrive at the final canon issue that we need to talk about before we can move on to City at War. And this one kind of sets up some of the conflict more, so I think it was appropriate to save towards the end. So this issue is called Sons of a Silent Age, and it's written by Stephen Murphy, who is one of the primary creative forces behind the TMNT Adventures comics published by Archie Comics, and it's drawn by Jim Lawson. So the issue begins with some kind of creature of the Black Lagoon type fish person in the water, but we soon cut to a bridge where Raph is brooding, and he wants everyone to leave him alone. The Turtles, April, and Casey are all there. They're floating on the river as suggested by Splinter. Apparently, since the defeat of Shredder, the Turtles have been depressed, and they haven't been listening to Splinter as much. Not taking everything he says just at face value and sometimes even questioning him. They're growing up and they're trying to find their own independent paths. And so this is kind of one of the first times we start to explore the idea of the group fracturing. We've delved a little bit into Splinter and April's feelings, but this is the first time we've kind of seen like cracks in the group. Raphael and Casey also kind of have a short argument, and they had one of the closest friendships in the group. And so this not listening to Splinter and this fracturing is the inciting incident for the City at War story arc. Raph is reflecting on his own rash nature and his lack of control of his emotions, and how this frequently gets him into hot water. As the sun goes down, they decide to float on the river some more. Raph is still sitting in a corner by himself, facing away from everyone else. Suddenly, something catches Raph's attention, and we see one of those fish creatures following them. They pass by a factory, and April's surprised they live so close to one. As they arrive at their destination, which is a small island with a reservoir, or in a reservoir, I don't know, we see 4 of the fish creatures are following behind them now. They set up camp, and Casey tells stories around the fire, entertaining everyone but Raph, who is looking out on the water. He approaches the water when suddenly a female fish creature comes up on the land, clearly injured, and speaking some odd language. She passes out, and as our group tries to resuscitate her, 4 more fish creatures, males, come up onto the land. Seeing them perform CPR on her, they assume that they're hurting her, and they attack them. The Turtles hold them off while Casey and April continue trying to revive her. We also see like a fun underwater fight scene between Mike and Don and 2 of the fishmen. I always like it when they play on the Turtles' affinity for water, and wish they did this more. Even though it's really brief, I thought this is one of the most fun fight scenes we've seen. As the creature's life flashes before her eyes, we see that it's been thousands of years as she was facing off against Sabretooth, making friends with indigenous people and avoiding colonists. Or another interpretation might be that she's seen the life of her species, which will now end with her death as she is the final female of the species. Finally, she sees herself in the womb and remembers that as she was born, her species was dying off. And so, despite Casey and April's best efforts, she dies. They give the body back to the other 4, who somberly take her away into the water, knowing that they're the last of their kind. It also kind of plays on this existential dread in a way with the Turtles, knowing that they're the only of their kind and there will never be more of them either. Casey and April hold each other. Clearly they've been getting closer over all this time. We'll see what happens with that in City at War, though. And we watch an eagle fly in with a fish and land on a smokestack. Maybe meant to symbolize the growing dominance of man over nature. And yeah, this issue was a bit weird. I mean, it's Stephen Murphy. If you've read TMNT Adventures, it's obviously an environmental message. You know, the tragedy of just the destruction of nature and seeing how it affects these species that have been around for so long. Like I said, that's still not... I mean, I think that is pretty clear, but I mean, the issue's still a little weird. It's also plays on like the existential fear of extinction. In all honesty, I'm not usually a fan of these more artsy TMNT issues. They just kind of feel out of place in this series, if you know what I mean. I'm not saying it's bad or that I disagree with the message, but just the amount of symbolism, it just seems a little experimental for TMNT. I think that the Archie comics did a much better job at weaving morals and messages into their narrative because the series did it so early on and it kind of became a part of what that series was. And so when they would tackle issues like this, it didn't feel so tonally different from the rest of the series. And so, I mean, it seems like this is Stephen Murphy kind of like stretching his early writing ability through this. But like I said, this isn't necessarily bad. I think it's pretty fairly well done, but it just kind of feels out of place. But there are certain important things that happen, and we advance the plot, like seeing the cracks in the group, the Turtles growing up, and Casey and April's relationship. So it's not a complete waste. And so we've finally reached the end of Volume 1. There's one more story arc, and this is a pivotal moment in TMNT because City at War marks the last time that we see Kevin Eastman and Peter Laird as a team write Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Now, if you look through the credits in the Ultimate Collection, we'll also see that Jim Lawson has a big part in writing this as well. You'll see when it says, it doesn't say written by, it'll say story by Kevin Eastman and Peter Laird and script by Peter Laird and Jim Lawson. Given that Jim Lawson's going to write Volume 2 largely by himself, actually I think entirely by himself, this is kind of one of the tastes we get of seeing him writing in the main continuity. But that was a lot of fun to have at least a brief diversion and get introduced to a lot more of the TMNT mythos and see a lot of characters that have been mainstays. Now, let's fully move on to City at War. And so City at War is much more ambitious than anything Peter Laird and Kevin Eastman have tried before. It's a 13-issue, really 15-issue, but the first 2 issues aren't technically considered part of the arc, story that is the culmination of this tale between the Ninja Turtles and the Foot Clan that began all the way back with the rivalry between Hamato Yoshi and Oroku Nagi. And as I previously mentioned, this is also the end of Eastman and Laird's TMNT. So going forward, it would be Jim Lawson who would write Volume 2, and then Laird and Lawson would work on Volume 4 without Kevin Eastman. And so the series continues after this, but it definitely feels different. I don't necessarily dislike what comes next, but it just doesn't have that same punch for me. And in all honesty, I really think that the story should have ended after City at War, because it was the culmination of everything we've been building towards, which was ending that cycle of revenge. As I stated previously, this story is a bit longer than everything that came before it. And there are really 5 stories running concurrently. So there's a small story about a New York man, which mirrors the events happening with the War with the Foot. I'm just going to touch on that when it occurs during the main story. Then we have a Casey story, an April story, a Splinter story, and then the main story between the Turtles and the Foot Clan. So while these stories run concurrently throughout the issues, swapping back and forth, they largely don't have anything to do with each other, at least in a narrative sense. Like, consequentially, they're all leading to the same point. Because of this, I'm going to do what I did with the Leonardo microseries. And for this section, instead of going issue by issue like I did before this, and I'll do going forward, I'm going to do the 2 prelude issues and then the first official issue of City at War. And then, as soon as everybody splits, I'm going to cover the stories individually. So I'm going to do Casey's story first, then April's. Next, I'll do Splinter's, and finally I'll cover the main story, and then the Old Man story will be covered during those events as well. As like I said, it's a mirror for the conflict that we're seeing. And then we'll go over the last issue where everything's resolved, when their 4 stories converge once again. As I'm not going to be going over this story issue by issue, I really do suggest that you should read this arc for yourself, even if you read it after finishing the video. I don't presume my video is a replacement for any part of the story, but that is especially true for this section. Like I said, this is the longest story arc in TMNT so far. And I'm doing this more for convenience, so I'm not bouncing back and forth. But you really should experience the way it was told by Eastman, Laird, and Lawson. So in the Ultimate Collection, Kevin Eastman talks about how since Return to New York, they've wanted to write about what became of the Foot Clan after Shredder's death. Shredder built up this large criminal empire with numerous underbosses and soldiers that ruled New York City's criminal world, which wouldn't just suddenly disappear. Not to mention there's still the Japanese Foot Clan that exists, which we don't know anything about other than the little bit we got with Yoshi, Nagi, and Saki's story. And here we also see the culmination of Splinter and April's breakdowns since the first defeat by the Foot when Leonardo was thrown through the window. And then Casey finally feels the weight of his actions as a vigilante. And so a lot happens in this story. So without further ado, let's get into it. Starting in issue 48. And like I said before, technically 48 and 49 aren't considered part of City at War, instead serving as the prelude to the story. As we know from the Tales of the TMNT, after defeating Shredder and the Foot, the Turtles and their allies decided to stay in Northampton instead of returning to New York City. They still go to Springfield constantly to do training missions or patrolling, and tonight they're going to Springfield specifically for a training mission where they had to find Casey by 1 a.m., who was given a 3-hour head start to run away from them throughout the city. Don's not particularly wanting to go, and so he has to stay behind to finish working on the security system that he's setting up for them. And Splinter decides to let him stay, saying that he has to choose his own path. So this is kind of, like I said, we're seeing elements of 28 coming back, where the Turtles are more openly questioning Splinter. Like Don just straight up refuses to go on the training mission, and Splinter won't force him. And it comes back to that idea of they're growing up, they need to find their own paths. April is also just kind of seems really detached at this moment, and she's actually looking at the classified section of the newspaper. But she takes a break to drive the Turtles to their starting point at the Memorial Bridge in Springfield. April drops out the 3 Turtles, and Raph actually comes up with an idea, and he suggests that instead of running all over the city, they should just look for Casey's Chevy and catch him when he returns to it to drive home. Meanwhile, as April drives home in the truck, it breaks down, and we see a man on a motorcycle offer to come help her. The Turtles soon find the Chevy and are waiting on a rooftop, but we see Casey is watching them from an even higher building, having predicted this strategy. Knowing now where the Turtles are, Casey leaves, and he walks around the playground, where he runs into 3 young men who try to rob him, one of whom has a knife. And this is where TMNT changes from a parody series to just a straight-up action series. This is Raditz arriving on Earth, telling Goku that he's a Saiyan, and going from a gag series to a battle shonen. This is that moment for TMNT. As I stated, TMNT has gotten more serious over time, but even in other serious story arcs, such as Battle for New York, you still have fighting machine gun wielding Foot Ninja while using a Triceraton as a battering ram, and Shredder being resurrected by worms. Most of the silliness, other than the inherent silliness we have of Ninja Turtles, fades away during this story arc, and it all starts right here as Casey fights these young men. Casey easily takes them out once he starts fighting them, and he hits the knife wielder in the head, who then drops, and he doesn't get up while the other 2 flee. As this is going on, we see there's a shadowy figure watching Casey. Casey tries to wake up the kid, only to discover that he is dead. The shadowy figure then pops out, and we see that it's nobody. He then attacks Casey, accusing him of being a murderer. This is the first time Casey's ever killed anyone, despite his roughness that he had with criminals. That's a line that he never crossed, not even accidentally, as happened here in this situation, because Casey didn't kill him on purpose. Obviously, he's completely distraught. He doesn't even fight back against nobody initially, who's threatening to call the cops as well. Casey ultimately decides to hit Nobody, dazing him, which allows him to escape. Nobody clears the cobwebs and gives chase, but a piece of his cape rips off and gets stuck in a swing.
No capes.
We see Casey sitting in a cemetery, obviously surrounded by death, and he's still broken up about killing this young kid. And the fact that he was so young just makes it even worse for him. And so this is the first time Casey's really had to reflect on his own brutality. As we said, he's a Punisher analog, really more a Punisher parody. And just like we saw in the Raphael microseries, he doesn't really know when to stop attacking people. And he's finally crossed that line that he never intended to and he can never come back from. Surrounded by the dead, he reflects on his actions. He punches a headstone, looks at the literal blood on his hands, and then he picks up his mask and smears some of the blood onto it, forever tainting it. That's surprisingly poignant symbolism for a TMNT comic. And I know I was just kind of complaining about somewhat of the similar stuff in issue 28, but this is all thematic stuff that fits in with the greater narrative, so I actually enjoy it a lot here. And as I stated before, when I talked about the Leonardo microseries, I'm not very familiar with the Miller Daredevil comics, but I do know, as I stated, that the Netflix show was heavily influenced by that. In particular, the few episodes of season 2 between Daredevil and the Punisher. And I can't help but feel Casey being a Punisher parody, that his conflict with Nobody here is a nod to the ideological conflict between Daredevil and the Punisher. Casey being the Punisher who wants to punish criminals, while Daredevil or Nobody just want to stop them and see killing as a line you can never cross. Even though we're gonna talk about, Nobody's a bit of a hypocrite on that point. Nobody catches up to Casey, and then we see that the Turtles have now arrived at the park and they see the two hooligans fleeing. And they suspect that they had run into Casey. So they head in the direction where they'd come from. They find the playground where the fight occurred. And then they find the dead teenager and Casey's broken hockey stick. They head out to look for Casey. But as they're leaving, Mike sees a piece of Nobody's cape. The piece that got stuck in the swing set.
No capes.
Back in the cemetery, Nobody manages to subdue Casey, who's not really in the right headspace. While he's cuffing him, the Turtles arrive. The Turtles, especially Raph, demand Nobody release this Casey, which causes tension between them, and Nobody tells them that he's a murderer. They ask Casey what happened, and he recounts the events, still very clearly shaken up. Raph calls Nobody a hypocrite, as he's killed before, and Nobody claims it was all self-defense as a cop, but then Raph points out the shooting the helicopter. Raph also points out that he's not acting as a cop when he's Nobody. This is a divide that Nobody can't really reconcile in his own head, though. And so Nobody decides to hand him over, but he says that the Turtles are now accomplices and that justice will eventually be served. We next see April and her sister Robin, who are talking on the phone with each other. We learn through the conversation that April actually hit it off with the motorcycle man. Something happened between her and Casey that put that on pause for now, which we'll see a little bit, but we won't get the full story. Things fizzled out with the motorcycle guy as well, as she can't get too close to him due to her living situation with her Italian roommates. Robin's worried about April, as she's been so closed off these past few years, and she eventually has to go when she hears her son Trevor waking up. We cut back to April, and we see the contrast between their lives. Robin has a family and lives in a nice house on the beach with beautiful weather in California. She wears trendy clothes, had a fancy cordless phone, giving her the freedom to go wherever she wants. She was out on her porch looking at the beautiful view while talking to April, while April was stuck to her corded phone in the rundown, cold, cramped farmhouse, dresses much more conservatively. And again, I like how this shows how trapped April is and how trapped she feels, and that her relationship and her life with the Turtles prevents her from having a normal life. And it blows my mind. When did TMNT become like a real series and start having incredible visual storytelling? And this isn't even visual storytelling within action scenes, which it was always good. As we see this great symbolic storytelling, first with Casey and the blood on his hands, tainting his mask for him. And then now the contrast between Robin's freedom and April's lack of freedom. I know a lot of people think that TMNT peaked at issue 7, and I don't understand. I think that this is as good as it's ever been. April hangs up the phone. Splinter walks in the kitchen, and she tries to vent to him a little bit. And she mentions how she sometimes wishes he had a normal life. She asks Splinter what she should do, and he just bluntly replies, leave. In commentary, Laird mentions that this is hinting towards Splinter's own issues that he's dealing with, which we'll go over in the Splinter story. But part of me feels like Splinter was so curt here to kind of give April that last little push to go out on her own, as opposed to just being like, well, if you don't want to be with us, then fuck off. And so now back with Casey, we see that he wakes up surrounded by empty bottles, cans, glasses. He's still not coping well with what happened, and he's turning to alcohol for it. He runs to the bathroom to puke, and then when April checks on him, he tells her to go away, and she remarks that this seems to be the theme of today. He grabs his jacket and runs out into the woods, still drinking more, and he wishes that things had ended differently. He staggers deeper into the woods and runs into Don, who is looking at a stream, trying to observe its patterns. Drunk and angry, Casey comes down on Don for using big words no one understands and thinking he's better than everyone else. He keeps poking the bear until he makes Don upset. Casey grabs a tree branch and rushes Don. And so, I know what you're thinking, drunk brawler versus trained ninja. I'm sure you can guess what happens. And Don dumps Casey down into the stream below, who then eventually leaves it angry. We next see Leo and Raph, who are sparring while listening to a news report. The important bits here relate to protests behind the Iron Curtain. That relates to, like I said, the little kind of story about the old man that we're going to see later. More importantly, we hear about a series of murders occurring between warring Asian gang factions in New York City. And this report on the murders catches the Turtles' attention, but Raph decides to turn the radio off. Casey returns to the playground, and he's approached by a cop who identifies himself as Nobody. He tells Casey that they caught the other two kids and their stories match Casey's, so the situation likely qualified as self-defense. Nobody, being a moral absolutist akin to Daredevil, still thinks that Casey is guilty, but as a cop, he can't go against the facts, so he just has to drop it. Then he laments about the fall of society, but Casey cuts him off and walks away. And so those were the two prelude chapters. We are now officially into City at War, beginning with issue 50. Issue 50 is before the stories split off into their own, so I'm still just going to cover it on its own. But then as soon as we're done with issue 50, I'm going to go immediately into Casey's story. Splinter's alone meditating in the woods. And then we also see a shadowy figure watching a building in New York, presumably a member of the Foot Clan. An older man is walking home with some takeout. And then we see 5 sets of hands. The man is holding his dinner. Casey is putting a book in a bag. A person wearing foot wrist guards is setting up a bomb. A turtle is holding wood nails and a hammer. And April is clutching a book. I also like that we see that Casey and April both are holding books, kind of like symbolizing their closeness yet separation at the same time. The older man walks into his apartment, which is above a porn shop in a pretty rundown part of town. We see that the bomb is set up in this porn shop. And as I said before, this hooded figure, this shadowy figure that was looking on before, was a foot ninja who set up this bomb. We see that this man's apartment is filthy. It's filled with garbage from past dinners, empty bottles, and even the garbage that's in his garbage can is completely overstuffed. Casey is packing, and the turtles are boarding up the windows in the farmhouse. Casey looks at a picture of everyone before throwing it into the wall, shattering the frame. April jolts awake. We see that she's sitting in an airport. The turtles walk away from the farmhouse. The older man watches a news report about a coup in the Soviet Union, and we see the bomb again. April goes to board her flight, wiping tears out of her eyes. Casey grabs his bags and leaves his room. He briefly stops to grab the photo from the broken picture frame. The man who's still watching the report yawns. And then we see everyone in a 2-page spread that looks like broken glass as our group breaks apart. Before we go to the City at War title card over a section of New York City with an explosion in the distance, presumably the porn shop. Next, a group of foot gather in a construction site under a bridge. One of Shredder's elite guard arrives and kills all of them, except for one who runs away on the rooftops, but he's quickly caught and decapitated. Casey gets into his truck and drives off. April's flight takes off. The Turtles hitch a ride atop a train, passing a sign reading White Plains, New York, as they head back into the city. And then Splinter remains in Northampton alone. The man intently watches the news report, clearly upset by it. And then we see a close-up of the explosion and images of our group in shattered glass again. And so this is where officially our stories diverge. And I'll now go into each of the individual stories, starting with Casey's story.
Select your hero. Let's bust some crime.
Casey is driving, and he begins to fall asleep at the wheel. He exclaims about how this keeps happening, as he's been driving for 20 hours straight. He thinks about April, wondering where she is. We see a memory Casey has with April. They went hiking together, and when they went to rest in a clearing, Casey tries to make a move on her, but April rejects him and leaves. We saw in other issues, such as issue 15 and issue 28, April and Casey getting closer. Something happened between them, probably connected to April's depression, but we don't see exactly why they didn't end up together. Later, when Casey returns to the farmhouse, he finds April's room completely empty. Casey becomes upset, and he starts destroying things. And so then Casey jolts awake. This was all a dream that he had, and he narrowly avoids crashing into a semi-truck. Knowing that he's not in a good state, he decides to stop at a diner, which is called Graham's Good Time Grill. Casey orders 3 cheeseburgers, like a G, and begins chatting with the waitress/cook. He's in a small town called Goat Head, Colorado. Casey continues talking to the waitress/cook named Gabrielle or Gabe, and he's flirting with her a bit, and he tells her that he's heading to Los Angeles, I imagine, to find April. Casey and Gabe really hit it off, and as he heads out, she tells him to come back if he's ever in town again. As Casey heads to his car, he's approached by 2 men who ask him for a ride, clearly under the pretext to steal his car. Casey takes them on. They aren't giving him much trouble, but one man grabs a metal gas can from his truck and hits Casey in the back of the head from behind, seemingly knocking him out. The men then steal Casey's car, and Robin finds the battered Casey lying in the parking lot and takes him back to her place to recover, which is a trailer up in the mountains. Casey wakes up in the morning to coffee and breakfast, but only takes the coffee. Gabe has to go to work, but she invites Casey to stay and rest up from his injuries and sort out the car situation, which Casey graciously accepts. Casey does call the cops, but he decides to hang up before he grabs a beer and walks out over one of the small cliffs near Gabe's place. Gabe returns home on a break to find Casey, who's cleaned the place and is now cooking a tuna surprise. While the food looks disgusting, apparently it tastes pretty good. Gabe asks Casey where he learned to cook, and he says he learned it from his sister, April. Casey looks down saddened, and Gabe comforts him and invites him to stay longer. They kiss, and you know the rest.
So where I come from, it's called doing the hibbity-dibbity.
Ow!
Casey wakes up from a dream about April, and he goes to look for Gabe, who is throwing up in the bathroom. She admits to him that she's 4 months pregnant, which she hid, obviously fearing that Casey would leave if he found out. Casey decides to stay with her. Some time passes, and Casey is now working as a grocery bagger. His boss is riding him over every little mistake, like putting bread at the bottom or not double bagging ice cream. Casey eventually gets fed up and bags his boss's head instead and punches him before storming out. Realizing the mistake he's made, he returns to apologize, but the boss is an asshole, so he tells him to get on his knees and beg for his job, only to yell no at him when Casey does it. Casey punches him again, and then leaves for good this time. Sometime later, Casey and Gabe are now decorated for Christmas, setting up a Christmas tree, and they're talking about the pregnancy. Gabe is showing a bit, but it's still fairly early on. Casey gives Gabe a present early, which is a sexy lingerie. Gabe cries, as obviously it won't fit right now, and Casey says, you know, it's okay, babe, you can just wear it after you have the baby. Oh, what a guy, Casey. Sometime later, Casey and Gabe are watching the sunset together in a Jeep in the mountains. Gabe is showing a lot at this point. They talk about the sunset and how pregnancy changes people. Casey then proposes to Gabe, which she accepts. Next time we see Casey and Gabe, they're getting married at a courthouse. They return to the trailer, which Casey did up like the tropics since they won't be able to go on a real honeymoon. which Gabe appreciates the effort. Later on, they're at the diner, and Casey and Gabe are looking for a new place. Gabe is reluctant to move as their place is so quiet and private, but Casey talks about how it's barely big enough for the two of them as is, let alone a baby. At some point later, we see Casey and Gabe walking around in the field, talking about how glad they are that the baby was born. Suddenly, this monster version of Casey comes out, claiming to be the baby. He attacks Casey and takes Gabe away in Casey's car. Casey thinks that he sees Gabe crying on a bench, but when he gets close, he sees that it's actually April, who tells Casey that it's too late. Casey suddenly jolts awake in the hospital waiting room. The first time he slept in 20 hours, mirroring how he was awake for 20 hours when he arrived here as well. The dream seems to be anxiety about the baby. They're at the hospital as Gabe is delivering. The doctor approaches Casey, and he tells Casey to come to his office, where we learn the worst news possible, that unfortunately Gabe died during childbirth. The baby survived and is healthy though. Casey sits there silently numb. The doctor says Casey can use his office as long as he needs, but he reminds him that he now has a daughter who needs him. Casey is later driving aggressively in the desert mountains in the Jeep, and he eventually crashes it. He hops out holding an urn, which contains Gabe's ashes. He climbs up on a cliff, and he scatters the ashes, telling Gabe a final goodbye. Casey is drinking coffee at the diner when he sees a Chevy pull into the parking lot. He heads outside and sees the two goons who stole it, and this time he takes them out. He also punts an aggressive chihuahua who looks a lot like Inky from the Archie comics. With his car, and now his new daughter, who he's named Shadow, it seems that Gabe didn't know who the father was, thus Casey is awarded custody of the baby. Obviously, it would probably be more complicated than that in real life, and she would probably go to one of Gabe's family members, but as far as we know, Gabe doesn't have any other family, so the baby's left with Casey. And so with Shadow in tow, Casey heads back to New York. When he arrives, he goes to his mother, who manages a small apartment building in the city, and he moves into her basement apartment, doing maintenance for the building. We also learned that Casey's is actually Casey's middle name, and his first name is Arnold. His mom is planning to retire soon and move to Florida, and so she's going to sell this building. Hoping to convince the next owner to keep Casey on as the maintenance man, she decides to introduce her to Casey. When the interested party comes over to look at the building, Casey's mom brings her down to meet Casey in the basement, and we see that it is none other than April O'Neil. And so we'll stop here for now, and we'll return once we've gone through the events of April's story to see how she ended up here as well. As for this story, I really liked it. I could see it not being everyone's cup of tea. Laird himself in the Ultimate Collection commentary frequently called it a soap opera. But for me, I like seeing Casey grow up. Casey was always fairly immature, and he didn't take things too seriously. I mean, he's a guy who's at least in his mid-20s, as noted by Casey's mom mentioning that she raised him alone for 25 years, that hangs out with mostly teenagers. That was the main reason April turned him down, as far as we know, other than her depression and whatnot. Crime fighting was always more of a game for him. He didn't think about how badly he was beating people or injuring them. He changed when he killed that kid, suddenly realizing how serious what he was doing is. He met Gabe, and he becomes a husband and father, and he learns about responsibility. He's able to mend his broken heart of April by finding someone who actually wants to be with him and who's willing to accept him at his lowest. He's forever changed by the experience, and while he has to go through that heartbreak, he's now an adult with responsibilities, a real job, and a child. I won't hold it against you if you're not that into this story, but for me it was great. So I'd personally give it an 8 out of 10.
Select your hero.
This is April O'Neil, reporting live.
Going into April's story, she decided to head out to LA and move in with her sister Robin for a while. Robin's really excited, and she tries to improve April's mood, and so she takes her out to do a bunch of stuff. Robin is the complete opposite of April. April's very serious, intelligent, and responsible. Robin's a slob and a free spirit. And this is despite having a young son. She's largely content to dump him on her ex-husband while she runs around with April for a while. So the first thing they do is they go to a club, but April still isn't really in a partying mood. She's very clearly clinically depressed. Robin tries to get her to open up, but to no avail. April feels very alone. She's isolated, and for the sake of the Turtles and Splinter, she can't really talk about why she's so isolated to anybody, which in turn just makes her feel more isolated. We also get a brief cameo from a Jim Lawson character named Guzzy Le Mans. Apparently she's named after a motorcycle. I'm sure I mispronounced that. So the two sisters return home, and they plan to go to the beach tomorrow. April apologizes for not really keeping in touch. That night, April has another nightmare where she's back in the second time around shop with everyone trying to escape the fire. Raph tries to wake her up, but we see that it's actually Robin. One thing I like about this is it was Raph who brought her out from the nightmare. Thus, we're seeing she's starting to come back around onto everybody, especially since Raph, as has been noticed several times, is the one that she's kind of the most cautious of. Robin decides to take April clothes shopping and then out for some weird LA health food, macrobiotic Mexican food. They then return home, and April is embarrassed to wear the trendy clothes that Robin convinced her to get. Robin tells April to let her wild side out, and April tries to tell her that she had wild times, referring to adventures with the Turtles, which Robin obviously doesn't believe. April suggests that they clean the apartment, which causes a fight. Now arriving at Christmas for April as well, we see that she's got a job as a programmer, so she's finally using that STEM degree instead of just being a waitress. Her coworker Colin flirts with her and tries to ask her out, but she turns him down. Also, we find out that Colin is Robin's ex-husband, so I guess he has a type. Robin is still trying to cheer April up, and she suggests that they celebrate Christmas early. Due to the warm weather and depression, April doesn't really feel like she's in a Christmas mood. April then goes on a date with another programmer who's bragging about doing a bunch of shady shit, like leaving back doors in programs he writes so he can peek at people's files later on. He then touches April's thigh, so she throws her drink on him before storming out. She thinks about how she came to LA to get away from her problems, but she's only finding new ones. Now, I'm not a psychologist by any means, but from my very limited understanding of all this, I think this is a pretty good representation of depression. It's not something that just goes away, and it's something that someone has to struggle with their entire life. It's also a theme that reappears in April's story in Volume 4 as well, showing the continued struggle of this and mental health in general. So back at work, April's being forced to just do kind of busy work. Apparently she's writing a program for a department that uses PCs, but she feels it's pointless since they're going to switch to Macs next month. But her boss dismisses her concerns. She gets back to Robin's apartment in a bad mood, and they have another fight. Soon after, they receive a phone call where we find out that unfortunately their father has passed away. They fly back to New York for the funeral, and April lets Robin know that she's going to stay. She has to confront her problems instead of running away from them. The sisters meet with a lawyer, and they find out that their father split his estate equally between April and Robin, leaving them each $200,000, or around $436,000 today. Robin tries one more time to get April to come back with her, and she says that they can use the money to start a business together, but April says no, and they say goodbye. April and Robin go to the remains of the second time around shop, where Robin catches a cab and goes to the airport. April almost sees Mike, as the Turtles are in the shop for reasons that we will talk about later, but she decides to leave as well. April has decided to use the money she's inherited to invest in real estate, and she goes looking for an apartment building for sale, and that's how she happens upon Casey's mother's building. April arrives to take a tour of the place, and Miss Jones gives her the tour and tells her all about it. She eventually takes April down to the basement to meet her son, Arnold, who does maintenance for the building, hoping that the buyer will keep him on. Arnold is, of course, Casey, and the two embrace, reunited in both in much different places, and now they're ready to give their relationship a chance. That's the end of Casey and April's story for now. To be honest, the first time I read April's story, I wasn't that into it, but having reread everything for making this video, I have a new appreciation for how it portrays mental health, especially in the context of Volume 4 as well. I still think not that much really happens in this story, and they don't really do a lot with Robin other than have her serve as a foil for April or someone for April to beat up on for once. It's really just to serve as like the juxtaposition for how free Robin is with compared to how trapped April is. But they don't really do much with that contrast since the opening sequence for issue 49. Really just everyone shits on Robin all the time, including April. But I do like the nuances it has when it looks at depression, and that saves the story for me. I'll give it a 7 out of 10. Next, we go through Splinter's story.
Select your hero. We must stop him.
As we see, Splinter meditates in the woods frequently now. He begins by trying to pour himself some tea, but he drops the ladle. The usual cool, calm, and collected Splinter becomes frustrated, and he throws the cup and knocks over his tea setup. Splinter goes, and he sits between some kind of shrine that he's built with branches from the woods, and he's in some kind of void place trying to focus. But he fails, and the Northampton woods phase back into our view. He walks through the woods thinking about how meditation has not been able to help him recently, and it's just making him more confused, actually. And so before going any further, I just kind of want to go in about Splinter's story is a lot more abstract than the others, and so we don't actually know how much of Splinter's story really happened. And so I just want to put that out there. Like, Eastman and Laird talk about how they deliberately left it a little more vague. Splinter walks through the woods, and he seems to blame himself for everything that's happened. And when we think about everything, it all could have been avoided if Splinter had just moved on from his revenge plot and not sent the turtles to kill Saki. Leonardo wouldn't have beaten nearly to death. April wouldn't have lost all her possessions. They wouldn't have had to flee to Northampton. Casey wouldn't have killed the teenager. Both Casey and April wouldn't have had to sacrifice their normal relationships. When Splinter tells April to leave, I think ultimately he wanted her to leave to be able to have a normal life. And he just knew that being more rude about it would drive her away more easily. But again, that's just kind of my 2 cents on it. So Splinter's lost in thought, not really the focused person that we usually see him as. He finds himself in the abandoned construction site where the Rat King moved. Splinter walks around the site. We obviously see a lot of rats. He ends up walking on top of one of the buildings. It's the same building where the Rat King trapped the turtles. Suddenly, the rock beneath him crumbles and he falls to the ground. Splinter shatters his right leg. He's close to passing out, but he makes a makeshift splint first. When he tightens the splint, though, the pain is so intense that he finally does pass out. When Splinter comes to, he tries to stand up, but his leg can't support his weight at all, and he falls over. He knows he's in a bind. He needs to rest and recover, but he has no food, water, or shelter there. Remember that the building has an open top, and it's getting more cold. While he sleeps, he's awakened by a voice telling him that he needs to eat. A figure approaches him, asking how it is that rats survive. Splinter says that rats scavenge, but the figure replies, no, they do whatever they need to do to survive. Splinter gets frustrated as the figure is speaking in riddles, but the figure comes closer and we see that it's the Rat King. As the weather gets colder, some of the ice forms and Splinter's able to melt it to use as water to drink, but he still needs food. The Rat King tries to convince him to eat one of the rats, but he refuses. The Rat King says that if he doesn't regain his strength, though, the rats will eat him instead. The Rat King accuses Splinter of trying to be a higher being when survival is all that matters. But Splinter won't surrender to the darkness, though he does get more hungry and he's starting to consider it. He grabs one of the rats for a bit, but he hesitates, so the rat is able to bite him and escape. And he states that he would rather die. And one thing this is trying to do is we see the Rat King playing more on the rat that Splinter is. Rats do what they do to survive. Rats are cannibals. They'll eat other rats. But Splinter kind of views himself more as a human now. A human wouldn't be a cannibal. It wouldn't do that to survive. Even though, obviously, we know that some humans have done that. But, from a conceptual thing, a higher being wouldn't degrade themselves down to that level. The Rat King calls Splinter as weak as any human. And Splinter points out that the Rat King is a human, but as we remember, the Rat King doesn't remember that. And he says that he rejected his humanity long ago. Splinter's fading in and out of consciousness. The Rat King suddenly appears to him, but now he looks like a large rat creature. He tries to get Splinter to submit to him. Splinter resists, so he attacks him, but it turns out it was just a dream. Splinter finally makes that fateful decision, and he eats a rat, much to the delight of the Rat King. He continues to recover, kind of implying that he's been eating rats this whole time. And the Rat King tells him that he had been there for 2 months and that the Rat King was sent to learn that deeply held beliefs can just blind you. Splinter's finally strong enough to leave, and he looks for the Rat King, only to find his dried bones. So as we see, the Rat King was most likely eaten by the rats after he fell from the building in the Tales story. And so he knows what happened from experience, that the rats will eat you. Laird mentions that they wanted this story to be a bit more ambiguous, but I feel it's a bit too ambiguous here, because how would the Splinter know who the Rat King is? Maybe the turtles probably told him, but still. Perhaps Splinter was communing with his spirit. We know that he has the ability to do that. that's more the story I would like to go with, because not only does it make more sense given with Splinter, but it also just makes more sense as a story as well. But again, perhaps they were hallucinations brought on by his pain and the fact that he was starving. Splinter looks at the bones and exclaims, "From life, death, and from death, life." He then climbs out of the building. I guess he forgot that there's a hole in the side of it. And then that's where Splinter's story ends for now. As I stated, this story is a bit weird. I know it was weird intentionally, but still, I'm not sure it always completely makes sense. Also, I'm not sure how I feel about the Splinter eating rats to survive. I know rats eat each other, and that's kind of what I was going for. Splinter's still a rat at the end of the day. But it just feels a little edgy. If it doesn't bug you, that's fine, but like, I didn't really like that aspect of it, at least. But Splinter learns about how, like we said, survival is all that matters. No matter how bad things have gotten, he and the others have managed to survive. So just do what you can to keep chugging along. And we see that, like, Splinter at this point was very close to giving up. But by having this near-death experience, his flavor for life is reinvigorated, and he's able to go and face his problems again instead of just wallowing in self-pity. I don't know if it fully resolves what Splinter was going through for me, but we also do see at the end of the story that he's still dealing with it a bit. So perhaps that was intentional. But we see that Splinter can survive anything. The story's still pretty good, despite a little bit of my complaints. And I like seeing the Rat King come back and their ideological conflict that they had for each other, representing rats and humans, but kind of on the other side. But ultimately, I would give this portion a 7 out of 10 as well. And so finally, we arrive at the main story between the Turtles and the Foot Clan. Like I said, there's a small story revolving around the man who lived in the porn shop. Basically, he survives the explosion but was badly injured. We also see him slowly recover over time, only to get cancer. He manages to make it through the cancer as well, and he's glued to the news of we see the ever-worsening situation in Eastern Europe with the fall of the Soviet Union. We eventually learn that his name is, I don't know how to pronounce that, so I'm just going to put it up on screen. And he's from Bosnia and Herzegovina. And if you know the history of the time, this country was involved in a war and subjected to genocide. The story revolves around the end of the Soviet Union and the Bosnian War and genocide, and the turmoil that immigrants feel when their home countries are locked in armed conflict, because you don't live there anymore, but you still feel an attachment to it. And it also shows that war is going on all over the world, not just in the city. Back to the Turtles.
Select your hero. Turtles, let's get our shells and gear. Mondo notion, dude. So what now, fearless leader? Well, what are we waiting for?
Now settled in New York again, the Turtles are living in an empty water tower. They're listening to another radio report about the violent crimes, speculating that someone is trying to take over the criminal underworld. The Turtles argue about what they should do. Leo's unsure about the right action to take, while Raph wants to go after the Foot. He points out that the chaos is due to them, taking out Shredder, so in a way it's their duty to stop it. Leo questions if they have to kill again. While they've killed before, their past missions always had a purpose, whereas this is more like they're looking for trouble. He's also unsure if they can even completely succeed because of how many foot soldiers there are. They head out for some air, ending the discussion there for now. Later, the Turtles go and investigate the destroyed porn shop. The Turtles suspect that the Foot blew up the building, as it matches their recent MO, but they can't find anything of interest, and they move on to a different location. The construction site under the bridge, where we saw the Foot Ninja being slaughtered by an elite earlier. They arrive at the site, and we find out that including the Foot Ninja who fled, 28 of them were murdered. Once again, there's no evidence left behind, so they return to their lair, having made no progress. Sometime later, the Turtles run on the rooftops. They hear a noise, but it's just kids playing, showing how on edge they are and reacting to everything. They question what they're doing, as they can't find the Foot and have no plan of what to do even if they do. They realize they've been reduced to a neighborhood watch. We then see a man on a bus hacking in the New York City power grid. At the power plant, one of the employees mentions that a blue flag appeared on an account, and they're looking at the account, and it's been past due for 7 months. Apparently, the account is for a building in Queens, but it's been vacant for 6 months. So, with the unpaid bill and the vacant status, they shut off the power. Except, It wasn't vacant. The Foot have some kind of lab there. Well, one of the Foot factions. And they're working on some kind of advanced machine, but the power is shut off. Suddenly, we're whisked off to Tokyo, Japan, where we finally meet the Japanese Foot Clan. And then we get to finally meet their current leader, who was a woman named Karai.
Select your hero.
Meet the true leader of the Foot.
They discuss the situation in New York, and Karai feels that they can take advantage of the chaos. Back with the Turtles, they stop a mugging, but Raph doesn't like playing the superhero, and he wants to go after the Foot. As Raph and Leo argue again, nearby, the Foot bring out one of those machines we saw earlier, which it seems to be some kind of robot, and they unleash it into the city. The robot begins destroying a bus, which catches the attention of the Turtles. The Turtles engage the robot only for the Foot to arrive. The robot surprisingly attacks the Foot, along with the Turtles. We're starting to see some of the fallout from the rival factions. Raph manages to take down the machine, and the Turtles face off with the remaining Foot Ninja, but 2 more of the machines arrive soon after. To make matters worse, the police are now here as well. And one of the Shredder elites is also watching the fight before joining in. The elite hops in and kills 3 Foot Ninja, and a second one shoots one of the robots with a bow and arrow. As things are getting out of hand, a SWAT team arrives now. A Foot Ninja shoots a police car with a rocket launcher. That's the best sentence I've ever said. But then that Foot Ninja is killed by a gunner in a police helicopter. That's the second best sentence I've ever said. Leo fights, and suddenly blood rains down on him as he comes face to face with the Shredder elite, who is continuing to kill other Foot Ninja. This elite flees under the cover of a smoke bomb. With things way out of hand and the Turtles in over their head, they decide to leave, using the smoke as cover for them as well. Leo looks at the carnage. There's a police officer lying on the street, presumably dead. We also see a young bystander who was impaled by debris and bleeding out, probably from the explosion. Leo looks at him with guilt in his eyes. The Turtles rest at the bottom of a staircase. Leo says they shouldn't have been there, and that they just made things worse. This upsets Raph and even Don, who says they can't really know if they escalated things. Leo then tells them to shut up, and says that they are in over their heads. Back with the Japanese Foot Clan, they watch the news footage of what just occurred in New York, and they decide that now is the time to make their move. A month has passed since the Turtles fought the Foot, and the city is in chaos. Someone created a computer virus that infected the New York Stock Exchange, which destroyed a ton of files and caused ripples throughout the international trade markets. Paranoid, the Turtles always have one of them on watch duty now. Leo wants to give up. He's become very pessimistic. He even questions if honor is necessary. Karai is on a plane to New York City. Her assistant, Yamuna, brings her a videotape which has decrypted footage from a satellite of the brawl in New York. Karai watches the tape and she sees Donatello. A Shredder elite attacks a Foot lab in a warehouse. He kills everyone and blows up the warehouse. The Turtles listen to a broadcast that mentions that this was a bioengineering lab. The broadcast calls it a fire, but it was clearly an explosion. Karai finally arrives in the city and takes a helicopter. The Turtles are just kind of lazing around at this point. Leo tries to get them up to go on a training run. Raph and Mike don't want to go, but they ultimately relent. As the Turtles run on the rooftop, Raph steps in dog shit. Must have been one of those apartments where people can go up on the roof. And he gets upset and he leaves. With Raph on his own, a Shredder elite attacks him. The elite is beating up Raph pretty bad, but in Bruce Lee fashion, as soon as Raph starts bleeding, he turns the tables. He then stabs the elite in the abdomen, fatally wounding him. The other Turtles arrive, and the elite explains that he is duty-bound to kill Leo as revenge for him killing Shredder. As he is dying, he pledges to do it in the next life, and he pushes Raph's side deeper into his body, killing himself. Back with Karai, she's tracked down the Turtles to the water tower, as they've been getting sloppy and don't cover their tracks anymore. They observe them and prepare to attack. Karai has managed to recruit one of the Foot factions to her side, as they long for leadership. Karai's group has secured the building that the water tower is on, so they light the water tower on fire. The Turtles escape only to find themselves surrounded by Foot Ninja. They attack, and the Turtles hold them off for now. One shoots a gun, but Karai wants them alive, so she sends in a group with tasers. Karai's group manages to catch Leo, and she shoots an arrow to the other Turtles with a note attached. The note has a phone number and instructs the Turtles to call her. We don't see the call, which occurs off-page. In the next scene, we see that the Turtles have agreed to meet Karai at a warehouse. They approach cautiously, not knowing if they can trust her. Karai arrives in a car, and she heads into the warehouse, telling her driver to let the Turtles pass when they arrive. She heads inside, where we see a group of Foot Ninjas surrounding a bound Leo. They tell her that he's dangerous, even bound and that they should just kill him. She rebukes them and sends them away. She then frees Leo and gives him his swords back, much to Leo's bemusement. The other turtles arrive and she explains who she is, being Karai, leader of the Japanese Foot Clan. She's here in New York to bring the New York Foot Clan to heel. They were not expecting Shredder's death, and before they could organize a peaceful transfer of power, separate factions split and began fighting for control. She admits that they gave Shredder too much slack, as at the beginning he was very loyal to the Japanese Foot Clan, but as his power in New York grew, his loyalty to the Japanese Foot Clan waned. They realized this too late. They also didn't act. They hoped the different factions would wipe out each other, but that's not happened yet, and the situation's getting out of control. She tells them that Shredder's elite, who he trained himself, are mostly still alive. They're attacking the other factions seemingly at random and must be dealt with. She wants the Turtles to take them out, as they have the skills and the knowledge of New York necessary to do so. As a reward, she makes a faithful promise. She says that she will make sure that the Foot never bother them again, ending their constant struggle with the Foot and the constantly having to look over their shoulders. Raph doesn't believe her, so she gives them time to think, but reminds them that they only have so long. We soon see one of the Shredder elite attack a temporary base that the Japanese Foot have set up. He kills everyone and finds a photo of Don, which he shows to another elite, who is at the destroyed water tower. The Turtles debate about whether they can trust Karai. Raph argues against it, saying that the Foot are their blood enemies. Leo argues in favor, saying that the War of the Foot was always Splinter's war. He points out that their lives have been nothing but hell since the first fight. And it also destroyed Casey and April's lives as well, and he doesn't blame them for leaving. Mike wonders what Splinter would say, and Leo says, "I would gladly die for him, but I don't know if I can give him my life." Raph still doesn't think that they can trust the Foot, calling Leo naive for believing that the Foot would leave them alone. Don then says that they should honor Splinter. He argues that they haven't been fighting the Foot all this time because of Splinter and his revenge plot, but instead because they are evil. Leo doesn't think it's that simple, though. He says that the Foot have always been the aggressors, except the first time, obviously. Ultimately, Don points out that regardless of what they decide, the elite will come for Leo, and Karai might be able to help them draw them out. Raph then questions what they will do once they fight the elite. So the Turtles go to meet Karai, finding a dead Foot guard outside of her facility. They enter the building that was attacked, and we see that everyone's dead. Karai is there, and she's cradling the corpse of a young woman who was her daughter. There's a dead elite lying on the ground as well, presumably taken out by Karai. Karai then asks them to swear to kill all the elite, and Leo agrees. It's never confirmed later in the series, but I always wondered if this was set up by Karai to get the Turtles to agree to help her. It seems too convenient. I could see this as one of the potential plots from Volume 4 that we never got to see. And so now the Turtles, having agreed to help Karai, are now preparing supplies for their fight. An elite watches a group of Foot Ninja and prepares to attack when suddenly he sees one of those dressed as Shredder, causing him to hesitate. We next see the Turtles and Karai in the second time around shop. Mike is almost spotted by April, as was mentioned earlier. Karai was the Foot Ninja in the Shredder outfit. What a surprise. It was clearly a woman. Raph asks why they're at the second time around shop, and Karai says it's significant. This is where their war truly began. Leo finds a picture of Casey and April, weird since they didn't know each other at the time that the Turtles and April were living in the second time around shop. I guess it's not unfeasible that April would come by at a later point, but still. And so he decides to keep the picture. They're about to head out to go look for the 5 Elite Ninja when suddenly the Elite Ninja find them and crash in through the roof. Karai steps forward and acts like Shredder, commanding them to commit seppuku. Surprisingly, this works on one of them. The others call him weak-minded and ask for proof, and tell her to take off her mask. I guess the clearly feminine body wasn't evidence enough, but she does take off the mask and throws it at them, thus starting the fight. As they're confused, Karai and the Turtles attack. The Turtles engage the Elite, who still want to kill all of the remaining Foot. Don runs upstairs after an Elite, but he pops out of the wall and knocks Don back down to the first floor. Raph breaks one of the Elite's swords, but another throws a sword, killing another Foot Ninja. Mike almost gets taken out, but Leo saves him. Don then goes up to the roof. An Elite wraps Raph in a chain weapon, but Raph is able to grab it and pull the Elite down with him, impaling him on some broken wooden beams, killing him. We then see Karai swinging on a chandelier, but it falls. An elite tries to attack her from above, but she manages to stab him with a tall candelabra. The elite that Don was fighting breaks his leg and kicks him off the roof down below. The last elite fights and defeats Karai. He grabs her and prepares to kill her. A dazed Don sees a machine gun, which was dropped by one of the Deadfoot clan. Don can't get up due to his broken leg, so he grabs the gun and shoots the elite, saving Karai. He then throws it away in disgust, and Karai helps him up. Leo fights the final living elite ninja, and they each draw blood from each other. Leo tackles them, and they fall down a few floors, but their fall is cushioned by a board. The elite kicks Leo through a door, and they fight in the next room. Leo finally is able to get a hold of him and break his neck. Leo stands over the dead elite, and Raph and Mike look down at him. Raph finally declares, "It's over." Leo splints Don's leg, and Mike fashions something to carry him out of the building with. Karai thanks them, saying that she owes them a lot, but Leo says that she just owes them her word. Don mourns the number of deaths that it took to end things, but Leo says that they're finally free of the Shredder and his influence. They ask Karai what she plans to do, and she says that she'll reorganize the New York Foot Clan and then return to Japan to scatter her daughter's ashes. We have one more issue, but that's the Turtles story. I know the other stories may not have been to everyone's liking. Certainly I had my issues with them, but this main story is essentially perfect. It's a fitting conclusion to the Turtles' war with the Foot Clan. Had many memorable action set pieces. Karai was a great addition to the story, and I liked watching the Turtles struggle so much and ultimately come out on top. I also like the ideological fights that they were having, and we see that they're becoming more adults and thinking on their own. This portion of the story was a lot more serious than what came before, but it felt like a natural progression. Teenagers who would have read this series would now be young adults. It kind of reminds me a lot, as I mentioned before, of Dragon Ball, as both series started out originally as comedy series, but got more intense and serious over time. This is Mirage at its best, and I give this section of City at War a 10 out of 10. In the final issue, 62, April and Casey, who are now a couple, go to the Northampton farmhouse to gather a few things to take back with them to the city. They eat dinner and Casey does the dishes. He finds Leo's knife in the kitchen, and they wonder where the turtles are. Later, Casey, April, and Shadow head down to the lake. While April is swimming, something grabs her. Casey gets ready to go save her, but she's thrown out into the air, and we see that it's Leo, Raph, and Mike. They greet each other, and the turtles meet Shadow for the first time. They catch up, and April asks where Don is, and they tell her that he's with Splinter, and they're living in a cave in the Northampton woods. They go to the cave, and Leo tells Don that the three of them are going back with April and Casey to the city. Don decides to stay, as he wants to give his body and mind time to heal. Leo objects, but Splinter cuts him off and says Don has made his decision. April offers them the farmhouse, but Don worries about someone coming over. She tells them to at least think about it. April wants to tell Splinter goodbye, but he already went back into the cave. Don apologizes, saying that he went through something and he won't talk about it. As they leave, April goes back into the woods a little, and she says a private goodbye to Splinter, saying that he's been like a second father to her. Splinter then walks out of the woods, calling her daughter, and they hug and say goodbye. The issue then ends with the Bosnian man moving into a state-funded retirement home. He looks out the window into a new world, and that's where the story ends. And that was City at War. I already gave my thoughts on this, but this is the end of an era for TMNT. This is the final comics that Eastman and Laird ever wrote together. Due to that and how the Turtles are finally rid of their greatest enemy, this really does feel final to me. Officially, this is just the end of Volume 1, and Mirage would obviously continue. But in a real sense, this is the end of Mirage for me, as this is the end of Eastman and Laird's TMNT. And to me, Mirage was Eastman and Laird's TMNT. I really love the main overarching story of the Turtles fighting with the Foot, and specifically how it's framed in that never-ending cycle of revenge. Obviously, it's fairly unique for TMNT because this is the most violent of the iterations, possibly excepting Last Ronin, but Last Ronin was heavily inspired by Mirage. And so I like that because no one was able to let go of their trauma, they would go and seek revenge, and then that would ultimately lead to more death and destruction. And at least in this case, it led to it on a scale that I don't think anyone could have ever imagined. I just find it poetically beautiful and tragic at the same time. And I'm glad to see that the Turtles were eventually able to free themselves of Splinter's old mindset and get themselves out of this cycle. A cycle that they never chose to be a part of anyway. I cannot recommend Volume 1 enough. And as I stated, I do think the best way to read it is the Ultimate Collection, as it has the Eastman and Laird commentaries. If you're a Turtle fan and haven't read Mirage, I would suggest checking out the Ultimate Collection, as you owe it to yourself to see how the Turtles began. And so we come to the end of this first video of this series covering Mirage TMNT. I just want to thank anybody who may have stumbled upon this video and actually watched it, even a portion of it, if not the whole thing. And I'm planning to keep going with this. Obviously, the next video will be Volume 2 of Mirage TMNT. And so basically what I'm planning on doing is releasing a video every 2 weeks. That may not be something I'm able to keep to, but that's my tentative plan right now. And so basically what I plan to do is alternate between TMNT related videos and then videos on other topics that interest me. And so the next video won't be a TMNT video, but then tentatively 4 weeks from now, I will release the video about Volume 2. And I appreciate anybody that checked this out. I know it's very amateurish. I know stuff that I tried to work on, but I'm still new to this, so I'm trying to figure out. I know there's a lot of background noise, and I removed it when it wasn't over the audio, but because I'm using like a free software, my only option was just to muffle the clip as a whole, and it sounded terrible, so I had to just leave in some of those things. But that's something that I'm going to learn how to avoid in the future, and maybe if this is something I can keep going, I can pay for a better software that has better background noise removal in the future. I know that I also use the same phrases over and over again. Like I say the word but way too many times. And these are all things that I'm going to work through. I'm glad that anyone maybe checked it out and is willing to stick with me through this journey despite all these things. Ultimately, all I really want to do is talk about TMNT and share my ideas on it. And while that may be fairly amateurish right now, I do hope that as we go on this journey together, I do get better at making these videos overall. And so, talked about Volume 1. We have 2 more videos coming out of Mirage, which will cover Volume 2 and Volume 4. Then after Volume 4, I will give my grade of Mirage TMNT as a whole. And then we'll move on to the next iteration, which will be the 1987 cartoon. And so, once again, thanks to anybody who checked this out. And this is Chucklehead Renaissance fading away into the night.